All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2, Habitat and Groundfish. Before we get started, I'll turn to our executive director and see if he has any announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No real announcements from me this morning. Just hope everyone had fun last night at the chair's reception. It's good to be able to socialize with you all. You do have a groundfish heavy day today. Otherwise, nothing from me, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thanks very much. Well, with a big day ahead of us, I'll pass the gavel to Vice Chair Pettinger to get us started.
All right. Thank you, Chair Grelnick, and good morning, everyone. And with that, we'll get going here, and I'll turn to Carrie to start us off on F1. Carrie.
Good morning. This is agenda item, F1, current habitat issues. The Habitat Committee met the last couple of days and talked about a suite of items and has a supplemental report in your briefing book. One of the highlights was a presentation by Steve Lindley from the Southwest Fishery Science Center that was attended by the HC and several other salmon types. That was very much appreciated and informative. And we talked about several other items that are on the agenda for this council meeting, and we'll have several other supplemental reports on those other agenda items. In your advanced briefing book materials was a proposed comment letter on the Sacramento salmon temperature standards, and then there was also in the advanced briefing book, a Southwest Fisheries Science Center report, which was a summary of Dr. Lindley's presentation on Central Valley salmon habitat integrated models. And then, as I mentioned, there's the supplemental HC report. So for today, after this, we will turn to the report of the Habitat Committee, and hopefully we have the presenter online for that. The time change has thrown a lot of people or not time change, but the time zone difference has thrown people for a loop, so we'll see. But then I don't think that there is one supplemental SAS report that also is in your briefing book. And I'm not aware of any public comment, at least not yet. And then your action today is to consider the Habitat Committee report and recommendations and provide any guidance as necessary. So that completes my overview.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Questions, Carrie? Questions for Carrie on his overview? Okay, thank you. And I see Corey is not online yet.
Yeah, so I was hoping that he might join us. As I mentioned, the time change the time zones threw us for a loop. He hasn't responded to a text or a phone call, so maybe I need to just read it into the record, unless there's someone else who would volunteer to do that. We didn't have a backup plan.
Well, I'm not seeing any hands volunteering today, so I think you're. So,
okay.
Please.
I guess I will do that. Let me just pull it up here.
Bob, excuse me.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I would note that that report wasn't in before 7 o'clock this morning. The Habitat Committee report, I didn't see it, and a couple other people I checked with didn't see it. So I would really appreciate it if we took the time to read it into the record verbatim so that we at least can catch up, because I haven't had the opportunity to really look at it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Well, I think that's the plan here, I believe. So, Carrie?
Okay, it's a couple of pages. I will read fairly quickly, and we'll take it from there. So this is the Habitat Committee report on habitat issues. California Central Valley water temperature letter. At the June 2022 meeting, the council tasked the HC with preparing a draft letter communicating concerns for Central Valley water temperature targets. The draft letter was in the briefing book for the council's consideration at this meeting. And that was F1, attachment 1 in the advanced briefing book. The letter has been reviewed by agencies. However, in the interest of meeting the advanced briefing book deadline, some comments were not fully addressed in our final draft. The HC discussed these items and determined some additional revisions to the letter are necessary. The revised letter is attached to this HC report and includes suggested edits that came from the Salmon Advisory Subpanel. Next topic is the presentation on models informing management of winter run Chinook salmon. The HC heard an excellent presentation by Dr. Steve Lindley from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center on efforts to complete a life cycle model for winter run Chinook salmon in order to evaluate management practices such as water management and habitat restoration in the Central Valley. The life cycle model is part of a multimodal assessment to examine water operations, habitat change, forcing factors such as ocean conditions and biological change. It includes a comprehensive temperature model to examine constraints on temperature-related egg fry mortality, density-dependent migration, and particle tracking model of juveniles through the Sacramento Delta. The life cycle model indicates that temperature-related egg fry mortality and mortality of other juvenile life stages have some of the largest impacts on the life cycle. Future efforts will focus on incorporating the full range of water management scenarios to evaluate current and future optimal water operations in the Central Valley. And then I'll just remind everyone that there's a summary of his presentation in the advanced briefing book. And Dr. Lindley said that the slides that he showed would be made available. So everyone, if anyone here would like to see those, just let me know. Next is the Humboldt Bay Mariculture Pre-Permitting Project DEIR update. The Humboldt Bay Mariculture Draft Environmental Impact Review is out for public review and comments are due October 10th. The council submitted comments on a previous iteration of the project in 2015, expressing concerns about the footprint size, impacts to eelgrass habitat areas of particular concern, and Pacific herring. The current proposed project has changed substantially since 2015 by reducing the footprint from 500 acres to 46 acres of shellfish culture and removing sites adjacent to dense eelgrass and important herring spawning grounds. The HC appreciates the changes that have been made to the project based on stakeholder concerns and does not recommend a council comment letter at this time. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Deep Sea Coral and there's a word missing, Research and Technology Program update. In April 2022, NOAA's DSCRTP asked the Habitat Committee to select priority areas for their fall 2022 research program surveys aboard the Shimada and the Okeanos Explorer off Oregon, Northern California. The HC selected several EFH conservation areas, including Arago Reef, Banton High Spot, Hecate Bank, and Rogue River, as well as the Coos Bay and Brookings Call areas and the Humboldt Wind Energy area. The HC is happy to report that the survey team plans to survey all of our recommended sites in addition to other sites off the two states, weather permitting. The survey team is currently aboard the Shimada and has just left the southeastern flank of Hecate Bank, where they hope to provide ground truth data for the mapped rock and cobbly boulder habitats there. They're now headed south to Coquille Bank, where they hope to conduct simultaneous operations with an ROV and an AUV. We look forward to learning about their findings when the surveys are complete. And then related to the Deep Sea Coral and Research Technology Program, they wrapped up the 2018 to 2021 West Coast Initiative. The initiative is a core programmatic element of the program that is housed in the NOAA Fisheries Office of Habitat Conservation. The program surveyed many areas off the West Coast and identified important new areas of coral habitat and made some exciting discoveries, including massive coral gardens and a potential glass sponge reef that is not known to occur south of British Columbia. In spite of the COVID-19 pandemic, the program or the initiative proved fruitful thanks to the efforts and flexibility of all those involved. The initiative steering committee and the Research Technology Program leadership will be hosting a 2-hour seminar on October 4th, 9 to 11 a.m. Pacific time, to share many of the initiative's key findings and other highlights. The seminar is open to all. Several of the members of the HC plan to attend the seminar and can report back to the council as appropriate. We don't have access information for that yet, but if anyone here in the room or anywhere is interested, you can reach out to me or the Deep Sea Coral Program itself, and I will let you know what the access information is for that. And again, that's October 4th. Nordic Aqua Farms update. The council submitted a comment letter on the Nordic Aquafarms DEIS or DEIR in February 2022. The Humboldt County Planning Commission has since certified Nordic Aquafarms LLC land-based aquaculture project final EIR on August 4th and issued a coastal development permit for the terrestrial development. However, the decision has been appealed to the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors by the Humboldt Fishermen's Marketing Association, the Redwood Region Audubon Society, and 350 Humboldt. And there's a link to an article that includes a link to the appeal letter. Next up, the Klamath 4-dam removal project proceeding. On August 26, 2022, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, released its final EIS analyzing the pros and cons of Pacific Corp's proposed Klamath Dam removal project. FERC staff's strong recommendation is for full removal of all 4 hydropower dams. Those are Iron Gate, Kopka 1 and 2, and the J.C. Boyle Dam. The FERC FEIS is the last major regulatory hurdle on the path to the 4-dam removal, targeted to begin with preliminary construction as soon as the FERC commissioners approve the application, which could come as early as November of this year. Following that schedule, the small Kopko 2 dam, which does not require a reservoir drawdown, would be demolished in mid-2023. With full drawdown of the reservoirs at the major dams in December 2023, followed by several months of physical structural demolition and removal of the other 3 dams over the next 18 months, several more years of river restoration thereafter. Drawdowns and demolitions are scheduled in the winter months to maximize flushing of released sediments through the river system as soon as possible to minimize impacts to fish. The Klamath Dam Removal Project FEIS, as well as other FERC documents, are available at the link that is there in this Habitat Committee report. Getting closer to the end here, California Central Valley Project Water Deficits for Fish and Endangered Species Act BIOP reconsultation. As a result of ongoing litigation, and there's a reference there, implementation of the 2019 biological opinion has been modified pursuant to an interim operations plan for the year 2022, plan which terminates on September 30th, 2022. These 2 cases have been suspended on that basis while the ESA reconsultation on a new Central Valley Project BIOP is ongoing. Under the current 2019 BIOP litigation schedule, a proposed new 2023 IOP is to be presented by the Bureau of Reclamation at the court by September 30th this year, which will be followed by a briefing and argument by litigation parties seeking or opposing court approval of the proposed 2023 IOP. A final court decision is expected sometime in November. Meanwhile, the challenged 2019 BIOP is still in place, governing all operations not modified by an approved IOP. However, the proposed 2023 IOP would require the same Sacramento River salmonid temperature protection standard, i.e. allowing water temperatures up to 55 degrees, as the 2022 IOP. These temperatures led to dangerously high temperature dependent mortality rates again this year, especially for winter run Chinook salmon, but also for spring and fall run Chinook. ESA reconsultations with intent to develop a new and hopefully more protective BIOP are ongoing and expected to culminate in a new BIOP in mid-2024. So that concludes the main portion of the Habitat Committee report. And then you'll see there's an attachment to that report that's just in line. It's all one document. And that is the revised draft PFMC letter on Sacramento River temperature standards. So we took the letter that was in the advanced briefing book. I'm not going to read this whole 13-page letter. I'm sure you'll be happy about that. And made some edits, and those are reflected in underlined strike through here. Some of the more minor things we didn't keep in underlined strike through, but it's other than a couple of minor items here or there that are not reflected, all the substantial changes are an underlined strike through. So anyway, that's for your consideration. And then I guess I would just add that this letter, it's not in response to a comment opportunity. It would just be sort of a voluntary letter that the council would send to the 3 agencies that are listed there at the top: the National Marine Fisheries Service, Bureau of Reclamation, and the California State Water Resource Control Board. So that concludes the habitat report. I think our chair may be online now. So if there are any questions, we'll see if he's available or if there's there might be someone else from the Habitat Committee, but I think Corey might be online. So anyway, that concludes my report.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie. Questions for Carrie Mark Groundlick, Chair Groundlick.
Thank you. I don't know, Carrie, if you can answer this question, or perhaps if the chair of the committee is online, they can answer it. The Habitat Committee report refers to temperatures up to 55, whereas the letter refers to daily average temperatures of 55, and those are markedly different metrics. Am I confused?
No more confused than I am. That's above my pay grade and expertise, but I do know that there was a lot of discussion in the Habitat Committee itself and also during Dr. Lindley's presentation about, is it the daily average? Is it, peaks, that kind of thing. So, but I can't give you a good answer on that. No. And I don't think we have anyone online right now to be able to answer that, but we could circle back.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Questions on the Habitat Committee report? Okay. Oh, Marcy.
I don't have a question, but I just like to take a minute to talk about the work that has gone on in the background leading up to this now final draft letter for our consideration today. Just want to really take a moment to thank Glenn Spain for his hard work and his expertise. Carrie mentioned it's a very lengthy letter. It's also a very good letter. There is a lot here, and we are just very fortunate to have knowledgeable people contributing their time and expertise to help us with such a high quality product here. And I want to thank the NMFS staff and the other agency staff in the background that circulated the draft. I know our agency spent quite a bit of time internally ensuring that the right expertise contributed their knowledge, their understanding of the complexities in the situation here to get us a product that I think is a very important message that we convey and get on the record. The idea of ensuring that we are using the most current and scientifically supported targets for temperature management related to winter run is so crucial to our salmon fishery management practices in California. Winter run Chinook has for many years been such a critically endangered species that has affected a lot of our work and certainly directly impacts our salmon management in each annual cycle. So ensuring that we are mindful of the situation with water operations and that water managers are using the best available science in establishing the policies. We certainly have a role here in conveying our thoughts. So I just want to thank the members of the Habitat Committee that contributed to this work and just acknowledge the importance of the letter, and very pleased to support it moving forward. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Marcy. I see Corey Green is online now. So if anybody's had questions for him specifically to the Habitat Committee report, he is available. So, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I wonder if, at your pleasure, if you guys want to repeat the question about the 55-degree temperature standard, maybe Corey would be able to respond to that.
Yeah, thank you. I don't want to take a lot of time on the issue. I'm just curious if that's a misprint or if there's a explanation why the report refers to temperatures up to 55 Fahrenheit, whereas the letter refers to the same IOP as average temperature of 55 degrees.
Corey,
Can you hear me?
we can.
Good morning. Can you, the question is there an error in the letter with respect to an average reporting of 55 degrees in the IOP versus, I'm not sure what the,
Let me repeat it. You've got two documents. One is the Habitat Committee report. The other is the draft letter.
oh, okay.
Habitat Committee report refers to temperatures up to 55, whereas the letter refers to the standard being an average temperature of 55.
I see. I think that would be an error. I think the up to 55 is up to an average of 55 might be the point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rolick. Thank you, Corey. Any further questions for the Habitat Committee? Okay. Thank you, Corey. Next up is the SAS report and Megan Waters. Megan?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay, great. This is Megan Waters. I'll be giving you a brief summary this morning of the agenda item F1 supplemental SAS report. One, the SAS really appreciated the draft letter on Sacramento River temperature. We thought there were a lot of great points and had a few suggestions just to bolster the existing letter that we think would improve the regulatory regime for spring and fall Chinook, in addition to the suggestions focused on winter Chinook, specifically for National Marine Fisheries Service in the third bullet that reads, make the CVPs compliant with end of September carryover Shasta reservoir water storage needs, to add language that the need should take into account any additional storage capacity needed for additional water releases that support spring and fall run Chinook salmon. This language would help reiterate that in addition to planning for the protection of listed winter Chinook, the planning for water storage should also consider spring and fall run Chinook and include requirements for water release with proper flow reduction management, i.e. step releases, to support natural spawning spring and fall run Chinook salmon by preventing red dewatering. For the California State Water Resource Control Board, in the last bullet, we would add language in addition to the inadequate temperature control standards for spring and fall run Chinook, minimum flows must be taken into account, which more greatly coincide with the amount of habitat available to the river's elevation at particular flows. The SAS supports the improvement of temperature-dependent mortality standards for spring and fall run Chinook, but would like to emphasize that adequate in-stream flows and access to habitat are also crucial to the reproductive success of these stocks. And for reclamation, in the first bullet, we would add language that, as well as the minimum necessary flows for spring and fall run Chinook in each following water year, and maintain necessary proper flow reduction management to prevent red dewatering. So again, we're looking to reiterate that in addition to planning for the protection of listed winter Chinook, planning for water storage should take into account the need for water releases to maintain minimum flows necessary to support spring and fall run Chinook for spawning and rearing needs. We appreciate the ongoing work as well of the Southwest Fishery Science Center and Dr. Steve Lindley on habitat modeling in the Sacramento River. We agree that further exploring the limitations of habitat productivity is crucial for refinement and expansion in the future, and could greatly assist in the consideration of whether water releases should be targeted for minimum flows, maximum temperature, or some combination thereof to maximize salmon productivity. The SAS was not able to join Dr. Lindley's presentation in advance of this report due to the timing of our meeting, but we look forward to participating in the meeting that happened earlier this week. Thank you very much. And with that, I'll take any questions from the council.
Okay. Thank you, Megan. Questions for Megan on the SAS report?
Marcy, you're up. Go.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Megan. You may have seen the Habitat Committee report where they've acknowledged incorporating the SAS's remarks in their revised draft of the letter. And I just wanted to check back with you to see if you felt that the edits correctly capture everything you've offered here in the report.
Thank you, Marcy. I apologize. I actually did not get a chance to look at that before the meeting, but particularly our members that are really concerned about that, I would be happy to. I think the council usually does a great job of taking our comments into consideration. And so I feel comfortable if they've taken those considerations into the updated draft. I feel comfortable with that.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay. Thank you, Marcy. Carrie?
Thank you very much. That's a good question. I had the same question, Marcy. I did read through it this morning, and it looks like all the requested edits are in there, underlined. But we can hear back from Megan. But it looked to me like they're all captured.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie. Okay. Further questions for the SAS? All right. Thank you, Megan.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that concludes the reports. It takes us to public comment. I think we had one, but Chris is going to let us know for sure. Okay. Okay. And I see Glenn Spain. You got to get the time set here for you, Glenn, and welcome. And
Press the unmute button. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the council. Good morning. And I want to emphasize that the letter before you, which I will speak about, it was the work of many people. It was thoroughly vetted. It is a joint effort of many, many people, and I want to give them appropriate credit. Although I was lead author, none of this happens in a vacuum. We have many edits and many good suggestions. To my knowledge, the SAS suggestions were all incorporated in the current draft, as were all the agencies. It was reviewed by NMFS, by Cal Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife, Oregon Fish and Wildlife, and many other people. I want to emphasize that this is very timely. There is no particular comment deadline, but there are two processes underway right now that this will impact, and it needs to be approved, if possible, this council meeting so that it can impact. Between now and September 30, the 2023 interim operations plan for all govern all water related issues in the California Central Valley for 2023 will be submitted by the Bureau of Reclamation to the court. The court will consider input, including the council's input, and people will argue pro and con in a variety of ways, and a decision will be coming out in November that will govern the next water year. The other thing is that we are in biological opinion reconsultation. The council's letter will impact that process as well and give some weight to the valiant efforts of NMFS to try to advocate for the better water standard against standards that are embodied in state law right now, in state regulations that are more than 30 years old and no longer best available science. The current biological opinion, which is in place from 2019, was challenged in court by many organizations, including our own PCFFA, but it's still in effect. And that allows a 7-day average temperature of 56 degrees that was modified by the biological opinion to 55 degrees as a sort of political compromise. But the current proposal is 55 degrees. Quite a difference between the 53.5 maximum recommended by the science. So what we are dealing with is a struggle over standards. And the council's letter is, I think, an important step, an important voice by this council in advocating for better temperature standards to better protect the fish. As I want to point out to you on page 4 of the letter at the bottom, we cite some of the past history under these current standards that we're dealing with. We wound up with an 11.46% survival, egg to fry survival rate in 2020 as a direct result of this standard. And last year, we wound up with a 2.6% egg to fry survival rate as a result of high water temperatures and massive mortalities. As you see from figure 1 in the letter, the standard that is being used right now, 55, 56 degrees, is perhaps 3 degrees higher than the threshold below which we wind up with 0 or minimal mortality, egg mortality. That's what this is all about. The other problem, of course, is that the Bureau of Reclamation has been pushing the envelope to maximize deliveries of water to the irrigation community. The 2019 BIOP was challenged because it overreached that, did not properly balance the needs of the fish with the needs of the irrigation system under that high temperature standard. So this is all timely. It is much needed, and I urge the adoption of the letter as you have before you with all the various changes and edits. They're all very good, and they make it an effective letter.
Okay. Thank you, Glenn. Questions for Glenn on his testimony? John?
Thank you, Vice Chair. And maybe I should have asked this question earlier of Corey, but on the letter, I also found that very interesting. I read it a couple times, and the background information in the letter doesn't, paint a very good picture for the survival of Sacramento Chinook, hence the lower water temp targets. But it would be interesting to me, not knowing anything about the system, to know a little bit more about if these new goals are achievable, what it would take to get there, basically what would need to change to reach these new standards.
Glenn, do you have some insight?
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. This year, they're not achievable. The reason is that these standards were applied in the past 2 years, and they dug us into a deep, deep water hole. If these standards were in place in prior years, we wouldn't be in the hole we're in with nearly depleted reservoirs. This has been a pattern, unfortunately, in the system for years. The water is promised before there's adequate knowledge of what the hydrology is. The water is delivered, and then we discover, to our horror, that there isn't enough water for fish. This change in standard will change that balance somewhat to at least be co-equal in terms of the need for fish. And this year, there are heroic efforts among the agencies to try to reserve water so we have enough carryover storage to get out of the hole we're in. And by the way, this is an issue that the council has addressed in its 2015 letter, its 2016 letter, which are cited. And in those letters, as well as this letter, a recommendation is we need a precautionary buffer. We can't continually put it to the very edge where mortality is a certainty. We need a precautionary buffer in terms of reserved water in the reservoirs. That is doable, but it will be doable as we roll forward with a better standard. We can't undo the damage that's been done in the past 2 years.
Okay. Further questions for Glenn? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Glenn. And that concludes public comment and takes us to council action, which I think is the letter before us. And so put the floor up for discussion. Marcy?
Just want to thank Glenn for his explanation to us of the timeliness of the letter. We've had this on the work list for the Habitat Committee for some time. As Carrie mentioned in the overview, while there is no deadline, because we aren't responding to a comment period, I think Glenn really highlights the importance of transmitting the letter now, that under the current 2019 BIOP litigation schedule, the new IOP for 2023 is scheduled to be presented by BOR to the court on September 30th of this year, and that a decision is expected sometime in November. The 2023 IOP should require a more protective temperature standard. So the timing is ripe for us to convey our recommendation that the standard should be lower. Also, Glenn mentioned the new BIOP and the ESA consultations that are ongoing, with the expectation that that BIOP will be completed in 2024. Also want to reference back the presentation that Steve Lindley presented to the HC, indicates that the temperature-related egg fry mortality and the mortality of other juvenile life stages have some of the largest impacts on the life cycle. And so I think the time is right. And again, there's been a lot of work and a lot of discussion in the background, and just want to thank Glenn for joining us here this morning and conveying to us the importance of the letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further discussion? Chair Grolnick?
I just want to briefly add my support for the letter. Nothing in the letter should be new to any of the recipients, but it's a matter of adding our voice to that. And hopefully it's just not another sternly worded letter that's ignored. Hopefully we can make some progress with our audience.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Okay, we've heard support for sending the letter. I'm not seeing anybody saying otherwise. So, Carrie, I'd look to you as far as, are we good to go here?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Okay, so there's support to send the letter. I did hear that I think Glenn said that the timeliness is important because the decision on the interim operating plan is coming up on September 30th, if I heard that correctly. This is September 10th. So there's not a lot of time. And obviously we're sending it to 3 agencies that would need to have it sufficiently in advance to be able to look at it, digest it. I don't know if they have briefing books for these kinds of meetings or what, but I guess I'm thinking out loud here about and looking at Merrick about when we would get this letter going. If we don't, if we wait till after the council meeting to, anyway, maybe that's something we need to go huddle on the side, but obviously there's a real timeliness element here.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Carrie, just in response to your thinking out loud, is your question implying that we would pursue a QR letter process rather than proceeding here with the decision to send the letter as it stands in the briefing book?
Thank you. No, I don't think we need to do a QR letter process because this would be part of this, council meeting, and the recommendation from the council is pretty clear. I'm just thinking in terms of when do we get it proofed and edited? When do we, make sure that the email addresses are correct and, and it gets to the right recipients? And is that something that could happen during the meeting? Our admin staff is obviously always very busy throughout the whole meeting. So I guess I'm just wondering if we try to get it going during the meeting or wait until after next Wednesday.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Well, Carrie, I think those questions are good ones. I do note that we have changed a bit of what we ask of our admin staff at our council meetings. And so I would put this on their table now and see if they can begin making headway. And I think we should be able to make that late September deadline. Unless I'm not seeing something that you are seeing.
Frank Lockhart.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I don't want to belabor it, but I think that, didn't I hear that the decision will be made on September 30th? So that means if this letter were to help inform that decision, it would have to be received by the decision makers well in advance of that. So it's not a matter of just sending it by September 30th, if my understanding is correct.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. If it's the will of this council to send this letter in, we can prioritize this as staff.
Frank Lockhart.
So I was anticipating a vote that didn't happen. So we abstain from any will of the council for sending the letter as the federal representative. Just want to make sure that clear.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think then what I can do is get a Word version through our admin staff and start the processing process to get this thing going. So thank you. I think our direction is pretty good.
Okay, very good. And Frank, I asked if anybody had any contrary viewpoints as far as had been suggested. So since I didn't get any, I figured that was the will of the council. so okay. So Carrie, are we good?
Yes, sir. I think that concludes your business for today. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, on this item, that's the business on this item today, but we're still here. And
business for this agenda item.
We'll go
to have a little bit more business.
Exactly.
Thank you.
G1 is up next, and look to Todd to take the seat. So. Okay, Todd. And just say that Keely Kin is taking the next seat on this agenda item. So Todd, take us away.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and good morning, Council. This is the first of your 10 groundfish items, the National Marine Fisheries Service Report. So under this particular agenda item, as usual, the region is here to give us some information, update us regarding their rulemaking processes, as well as any staffing changes that they may have and other sundry information. Additionally, the Science Center will be giving us a presentation. It's a very interesting presentation, so hopefully that'll generate some discussion. Looking at your briefing book materials, you do have a supplemental regional report from the region. And then you do have about 5 reports here from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. They are for the estimated discard of groundfish species and the Pacific bycatch from 2002 to 2020. You'll note here that there are reports as well as electronic only tables. Those tables support the information that is in the reports, and that information is, like usual, very robust and quite helpful to what we do. Additionally, you do have a gap report, and that is it. So based on the council action, it is for council discussion and guidance as appropriate. And with that, I would close my opening remarks and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Todd. Questions for Todd on his overview? Oh, okay. Thanks, Todd. And we'll go to the NMFS report and Keely.
Thank you. I was going to start actually with the Science Center reports, if that's okay. I was going to call up Craig Russell to present that to the council.
Oh, very good.
Morning, Council. For the record, my name is Craig Russell. I'm with the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, the Director of the Fishery Resource Analysis and Monitoring Division. It's really nice to be here in person with you. I started in March 2020, and so it's been a bit of a journey to get here. So it's for all of you as well. We've got some slides shared here as a supplemental report under G1B, and I'm going to cover two topics today. Next slide, please. Okay, and those two topics are survey updates as well as our updated bycatch and mortality reports. Next slide, please. Okay, and one more, please. So as many of you know, the Northwest Fisheries Science Center fields a broad suite of surveys to provide critical data on the Northern California current ecosystem, juvenile salmon recruitment, southern resident killer whale, and groundfish. And today I'm speaking just to our groundfish surveys. And again, this is supplemental presentation 1. All right. So in short, the Northwest Fisheries Science Center plans to continue to execute our FY22 surveys on schedule. This includes our full 4-vessel groundfish bottom trawl survey, our Southern California rockfish hook and line survey, and our California Current Ecosystem hake ecology and survey methods research project in support of the Pacific Hake Whiting Treaty. And as a reminder, the hake survey is a biennial survey and is scheduled for 2023. Next slide, please. The latest for the West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey includes completion of Pass 1, mobilization and commencement of Pass 2, thanks of course to the vessels, captains, crews, and our science staff. Pass 2 began with mobilization August 22nd in Newport, Oregon, and got underway 27th and is completed leg 1. And that was a leg that began at Newport and went up to the US-Canada border. Leg 2 got underway yesterday and will begin sampling today, September 10th through the 21st, and make its way down to Eureka. Overall, Pass 2 will encompass the entire US West Coast from US Canada to the US Mexico border, with 188 sites assigned to each vessel. Next slide, please. As you know, the Southern California Rockfish Hook and Line Survey is an ongoing partnership between the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, Pacific States, and the sport fishing industry, and that is scheduled to occur September 18th to October 7th in the Southern California Bight. And there are 3 chartered fishing vessels, sport fishing vessels, listed here, the Mirage, the Tornado, and the Aggressor. And sampling is planned for 201 sites in non-trawlable habitat. Next slide, please. Thank you. And finally, the California Current Ecosystem hake ecology and survey methods research crews in support of the Pacific Hake Whiting Tree completed as well. Thanks, of course, to the efforts of the NOAA ship Shimada crew, the captain, the officers, and of course our scientists and our counterparts at DFO, and the Canadian Coast Guard ship Franklin. Leg 1 of the Shimada successfully completed 3 small research areas of hake and rockfish aggregations off Oregon and Washington using our EK80 acoustic system. The team fully implemented for the first time a midwater trawling semi-autonomous strobed stereo imager, or SASE for short, to help capture high-resolution images of hake and rockfish. When incorporated into our survey, this new capability will allow us to do some non-extractive identification of fish assemblages, hopefully increase our efficiency and precision of hake estimates as well, and contribute to the development of our rockfish indices of abundance and possibly habitat classification in the future. As always, the team collected its conductivity temperature depth data as well as environmental DNA. Importantly, during leg 2, the 2 vessels, the Canadian Coast Guard ship Franklin and the NOAA ship Shimada, were able to complete the intervessel calibration. This is critical to ensure that both vessels' data are comparable as we get ready for the FY23 hake stock assessment. The team also conducted its full suite of sampling along the Newport hydrographic line and collected EK80 broadband acoustic data on krill, and also completed net test trawl comparisons on using 2 different nets, the methot net and an Isaacs Kidd midwater trawl, looking at operational efficiencies that could be gained, as well as differences in their collections to inform whether or not to incorporate the Isaacs Kidd method trawl into their operations next year. And the team will soon be turning towards planning the 2023 Joint U.S.-Canada Integrated Ecosystem and Pacific Hake Acoustic Trawl Survey. As we've seen, things can change. We may encounter weather delays, staffing shortages, and other issues that could force us to reevaluate one or more of our surveys. And to that point, I wanted to make the council aware of potential impacts for access to NOAA ships. We at the Northwest Fishery Science Center have historically had excellent access to the NOAA ship Shimada for the survey, and did this past year as well. And the Shimada has always exhibited a very high level of availability for us as well. This year, other NOAA vessels, however, experienced challenges, again, from staffing to supply chain and other issues that did not affect us directly, but have the potential for spillover effects onto other vessels like the Shimada in the future, should they occur again. So it is possible issues could arise that could impact the 2023 survey for Hake, but our team continues to monitor the situation, plan for contingencies, work with our stock assessors to look at if there are other alternatives, and then communicate the importance of this survey up the chain, as I and our leadership team are doing. This is the highest priority survey for the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, and we communicate that as such. Be happy to provide additional updates as you request, and we'll certainly keep you posted if any of these conditions change that warrant your attention. Okay, next slide, please.
Very good. Thank you, Craig. Questions for Craig on his presentation?
I've got a few more slides. Oh, sorry,
Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair.
I don't know if you're going to hand it off to Keith. Okay, you're fine. Okay. I guess like questions up to this point.
Absolutely.
Bob Dooley, and then Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just had a question on the slide about the 2022 CCE Hake Ecology Survey Methods, that slide, yes. When you conducted the intervessel calibrations, did you also, it's not clear to me, did you do as well net calibrations to understand that the catch is similar between both vessels?
Yeah, through the Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dooley. The way the team does their work is they do comparisons between the acoustics and the collections through the net. So both vessels do that work as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for joining us here today. I'm looking at slide 6 on the Southern California Rockfish Hook and Line Survey, and you've listed 201 sites and 79 in the Cowcod conservation areas. Is that the normal survey grid and the full survey grid for Southern California? And we'll start with that.
Okay. Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Enko. Yes, this is our usual operating tempo. And so the team worked to develop the same level of coverage as they would in previous years.
Thank you, Fall, if I may. So there's been quite a bit of discussion about potentially expanding this survey and looking to establish additional legs, possibly further north. I was just wondering if you can tell us anything more about either funding for expanding the survey and what plans, if any, have been developed, or that any modifications that might be under consideration at this time.
Okay. Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Enko. Currently, there is no plan to expand this year, as I just mentioned. In terms of the funding scenario, we are funded for this survey and our other surveys, and not an expansion. We don't have an FY23 budget yet, so it's difficult to comment on whether or not we'll have funding. There is a house mark for an increase for funding. And of course, that would be helpful for any of our surveys. And so in terms of our overall planning, our team has been focused on mobilizing our efforts for the Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey as well as this survey. It's the same team, and has not gotten any further along than where we were probably a month or two ago in terms of trying to identify a framework for this, to look at methods, to look at areas, and work with industry to do that.
One more, if I may.
Please.
Thank you. That's helpful. I guess I'm just wondering, are you waiting for an assurance of funding before beginning planning, or are you? I hear you that you're focused on getting 22 work completed and fully completed, and that's great news. I'm just wondering if there is at least some development work, site survey selection work, any of that you can tell us about that. I mean, because we always hear, well, even if the funding was there, we have to do a lot of planning in order to consider alternate or new sites. And so I just was wondering what might be going on in the background in terms of additional site development.
To the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Remco. Yes, that's a great question. And the team has been working on looking at planning scenarios, looking at resource requirements that would be for that. So we're not waiting necessarily for an assurance of budget.
Thanks so much.
Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Craig, for the presentation. As you may be aware, the council has a history of strongly supporting the science centers relative to the surveys, and we've been, I would say, quite vocal when there has been those surveys that been put at some risk for lack of funding or other issues. And your words of caution about the 2023 Hake survey piqued my interest. But I think I understood you to say that you would be willing to provide us updates as we go through the next few months prior to 2023 and let us know if there are issues of concern, because I think the council would likely be very interested in trying to weigh in to help address any shortcomings that would affect the 2023 survey.
Thank you. Through the Vice Chair, Mr. Anderson, that is exactly why I raised this point. Should we ever get to that point where we do have concerns, we know your strong support has been there and appreciate that. And we'll certainly keep you updated as things progress.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Further questions for Craig at this point? Craig, please.
Okay, we'll move on to our bycatch mortality reports. And I want to thank Drs. Kate Richardson and Kaylee Summers for their work on this and providing this information. I also have John McVeigh, who's the program manager for the Fisheries Observation Science Program, on the line as well. And he'll be able to best answer questions at the end of this if I cannot. So it's a little bit hard to read, but first I want to mention a few brief changes to methodologies this year in these reports for 2021. First is electronic monitoring data was not able to be provided in time to generate the estimates and meet the September briefing book outline or deadline. However, in most cases, acceptable alternative methods commonly used to estimate mortality and bycatch estimates in other sectors were available and were used. The main takeaways here are that scientific observer data was used to estimate bycatch in a particular sector when it was available, as is done in many of our fishing sectors. And when not available, observer information from a proxy sector was used, such as the observed midwater rockfish for EM midwater rockfish, in order to estimate discards. When no observer information was available, such as in the EM shoreside midwater hake, a median 5-year discard rate was used for groundfish and other bycatch, and the species composition was assumed to be equivalent to landed catch. Finally, Pacific halibut bycatch estimates for the EM shoreside midwater hake and rockfish sectors were not estimated. These sectors, as you know, operate under maximized retention, and very little is discarded at sea. And in the past years, Pacific halibut discards have been 0 or negligible. Also note that Pacific halibut landed under maximum retention in these sectors can be found in tables 55 and 56 of the Pacific halibut bycatch report. Next slide, please. And one more, please. Thank you. And so this figure comes from supplemental reports 3 through 5 under G1B. As in past years, we're providing this infographic to report and provide a snapshot of the 2021 year. The upper left figure shows the catch share bottom trawl sector and limited entry sablefish sector contributed the most and second most bycatch respectively. The whisker plots on the bottom, near the bottom of the infographic, show median lengths in the trawl and fixed gear sectors. The upper whisker plots indicate that compared to the average in the lower whisker plots. And on the map to the right, you can see that bycatch is generally concentrated north of Point Chehalis. Next slide, please. And so here are some bycatch comparisons between 2020 and 2021. The electronic monitoring sector saw a decrease in bycatch estimate. This is based on the observed discard ratio, which is a different methodology than last year, as I mentioned. This could also be driven in part by a much lower discard ratio in 2021, roughly 1/5 of the 2020 ratio, and overall lower total landings. Of the 2021 sablefish and open access fixed gear estimate, there that you see is 84% came from the limited entry sablefish endorsed fishery, and 42% of that number was from longline vessels north of Point Chehalis. Estimates are higher this year compared to last, but fall well within the historical range. And this could be driven in part by more discards south of Point Chehalis, and also that also carried higher mortality rates. Next slide, please. And our estimated discard and bycatch of groundfish can be found in G1B Northwest Center reports 1 through 2. Okay, so this figure is figure 3 in the report and shows harvest goal attainment and groundfish species that are highly targeted and or attained in species of concern. Attainment of cowcod rockfish, nearshore rockfish, north of 4010 degrees latitude, Pacific hake and widow rockfish, and sablefish north of 36 degrees latitude were all within the previous 5-year range. Attainment of Dover sole, yellow eye rockfish, and petrale sole were below the 5-year range, and attainment or black rockfish in California and black and blue rockfish complex in Oregon were above the 5-year range. I'll also note that the black and blue rockfish in Oregon has only been managed as a complex since 2019. And next slide, please. Okay, so this plot is a figure 4 of the report and shows fishing sector contributors to mortality and bins the percentage discarded to help understand how the species or groupings are utilized by that sector. Note that the x-axis shows the contribution of each sector to the total mortality percentage, which is indicated at the top, while the color shows the percentage of catch discarded by the given sector. No groupings exceeded the 2021 annual catch limits. 4 species or groupings attained 70% or more of their ACLs. The majority of blue, black, deacon rockfish in Oregon was from recreational catch, followed by non-catch share fixed gear landings. Hake mortality was split between catch retained by at-sea and shoreside processing fleets, and nearly all mortality of petrale sole was from catch shares, bottom trawl landings. Nearly all mortality of widow rockfish was from midwater rockfish landings, and about half of yellow eye mortality was from recreational discard, with the second highest contributor discards from non-catch fixed gear landings. I encourage anyone interested in learning more to contact Drs. Richardson and Summers at the Northwest Center with any comments or questions. And I think that's it. Next slide, please. Yep, I'd be happy to take any questions, Mr. Vice Chair, as well as offer up the opportunity to speak with John McVeigh, who should be on the line as well.
Okay, questions for Craig? Bob Dooley.
Yeah, thank you, Craig. Great report. I appreciate you coming before us and bringing this. Your first slide, changes in methods, groundfish mortality, it references the EM data not being available. So it was taken from the observer data rather than the logbook entries, the logbook discard entries. Was there a comparison made between the logbook entries and the observer data that was used? Because from what I see in the little bit of research I've done into this, the logbooks are very close to the EM estimates. And I would like to know if the observer data is showing something radically different, it would be good to see that information. So it's just a question if they did compare it to the discard logbooks.
Okay.
In EM, thank you.
Yeah, through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Dooley. I don't have an answer to that question, and I'd like to call upon John McVeigh if he's on the line to answer that.
Yeah, I'm here, Craig. Quick sound check.
We got you.
Hi. Through the Vice Chair, thanks, Mr. Dooley. Just for the record, we don't use the logbook estimates in prior mortality estimation. We had been using video reviewer estimates for IFQ species, as we determined, since we have 100% review, that that was the best data point. This year, those data weren't available, so we used observer data, or in some instances, some other information. We have done comparisons between observer estimates and the EM time on deck estimates for Pacific halibut in the past. And historically, the observer estimates have been slightly lower. I don't know what that's attributed to. It could be the difference between assessing a mortality of a fish with a fish in hand versus using a model. But we have done that. Across the board comparisons, we haven't, because generally we use our observer information for nearly all of our mortality estimation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, one more question, John. Thanks for that information. What I know of the EM program, the business rules that they're using at this time, if the logbook is greater than the EM estimate, they take that estimate. And if the EM estimate is greater than the logbook estimate, then they take the EM estimate. They take the highest one of each one. And so I would assume that those EM estimates that are being used do include logbook information. And from what I know from the little bit of research I've done, those two estimates are very close. And I'd really like to see the data from what the observer data is in comparison to that's being used when you extrapolate like that, so that just to get a feel for how they compare. So that's what I'm pointing out. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Further questions for Craig? Okay. Thank you, Craig.
Thank you very much.
Yep. And I turn to Keely for anything else you may have for us?
Thank you. Good morning, members of the council. I will be presenting agenda item G1A, which is the supplemental NMFS report 1. This is our typical report on our rulemaking and workload. The first thing in that report that we have is a bullet on our upcoming gear marking workshop. This is something we've talked to the council quite a bit about. This was the path recommended by the council for us to be able to address our humpback biop term and condition that requires us to put together a feasibility report on gear marking. The council strongly recommended workshops to make sure that we're getting input from this from the industry, as well as the states who have experience with gear marking and other fisheries. So we have scheduled that workshop for November 16th. We've partnered with Oregon Sea Grant, who will be hosting that workshop. In our report, you see that there's a link to be able to register. We are working through developing the agenda right now. Oregon Sea Grant has been in communication with several members of the industry, as well as the states, on putting together, some presentations to help provide some background, as well as making sure any specific questions from the industry are addressed through those presentations, so that we can have a good, efficient workshop. So we are encouraging everyone to register for that. I'll also note we sent out flyers to every boat that has landed groundfish recently, not just the pot boats. So we are trying really hard to make sure the word is out there. There's lots of opportunity to participate. So, that's mainly what I have in pot gear marking. I have a table then, trying out something new. We would certainly look for some feedback. If people like the table, hate the table, let us know. But just noting kind of where we're at with our 4 major rulemakings right now. The first one in that table is our electronic monitoring bottom trawl cleanup rule. That final rule actually just went to headquarters, I think a day or two ago. So that should publish in the next couple of weeks. again, that implementation will align with what the council already decided, which is January 1, 2024, but it'd be great to have that rulemaking completed and on the books. The next rulemaking that we have in the list is our non-trawl logbook rulemaking. That also went to headquarters just in the last couple days, so we expect that'll publish in the next few weeks. That will align with our implementation date of January 1, 2023. We've provided some updates previously about the development of that electronic logbook. That's going according to plan. We've been working with Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission on that. We've provided some outreach to the industry about opportunities for beta testing that electronic logbook, and looking forward to that input from them as we get closer to that implementation date. The next rulemaking on the list is our whiting utilization action. So actually what I have in the table is now outdated. We did get publication information. That proposed rule will publish on September 13th. It'll be open for public comment for 30 days until October, published on September 13th, public comment until October 13th. And then we expect that final rule will follow up sometime in late 2022, possibly early 2023, but certainly in time for the 2023 whiting season. So that's on track. And then our last entry in that rulemaking table is the Amendment 30, which is our 2023-2024 harvest specifications. Again, the table is now outdated. This always happens when I turn in the table. I get the information the next day typically about publication. But so for that, for specs, we have the notice of availability for Amendment 30 published on September 6th. So that is out there right now for public comment. Public comment will be open until November 7th. That notice of availability just covers what's changing in the FMP. The rest of the package will publish in the proposed rule for the 23-24 specifications. That's been in headquarters for a little over a week now, I think. So we expect it to publish soon in the next week or so. That will be open for 30 days. That's our typical amount of public comment. And then we'll seek to do the final rule around late November, early December to get us ready for a January 1, 2023 implementation. So that's what we have on kind of rulemaking status. The second page of our report is our typical workload chart, which just kind of shows who's assigned to what. I'll use this as an opportunity to share some hiring news. We've told the council before that there was one position in the Groundfish branch that we were looking to fill. This is a ZP2 position that was also going to be our new whiting treaty coordinator. We have hired for that position, and we're very pleased to be able to announce that we've hired Colin Sayre, who's been a contractor with the Groundfish branch for a number of years. You may have seen him around on things. So he will be starting formally with the branch October 24th in that permanent position, and we're very excited to bring him on board. That is my update today. I'm happy to take any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Keely. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Keely, for the report. I really appreciate it, and appreciate you mentioning the work on the sablefish pot gear marking workshop. As we've talked about on the council floor too, the states that work on Dungeness crab management and our entanglement risk reduction measures have talked and thought a lot about gear marking. Washington actually has a line marking requirement already in place for the Dungeness crab fishery. So really appreciate being invited to the workshop, and we've already heard from Amanda in terms of coordinating that. So I think it'll be a really great opportunity to coordinate on West Coast gear marking in multiple fisheries. So thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Anyone else? Questions for Keely? Thank you, Keely. Okay, that will take us to the GAP report and Kevin Dunn.
How about now?
You're good. You're golden.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. It's been a while. My name is Kevin Dunn. I'll be reading the Groundfish Advisory Panel report on National Marine Fisheries Service report. item agenda, whatever, G1C. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel reviewed the documents and received presentations from Ms. Keely Kent, West Coast Area Groundfish Branch Chief, National Marine Fisheries Service, West Coast Region, and Mr. Craig Russell, Northwest Fisheries Science Center, under this agenda item, and offers the following comments. Ms. Kent informed the GAP about an upcoming November 16th workshop convened in coordination with Oregon Sea Grant about pot gear line marking. Ms. Kent emphasized that NMFS is proactively seeking input and participation from the public, and included a link to the workshop registration in the NMFS report under this agenda item, sending flyers to all limited entry and open access vessel representatives that have recently landed groundfish with fixed gear, and conducting outreach to industry participants. The GAP appreciates these efforts and encourages stakeholders to participate in this process. Ms. Kent also updated the GAP about development of electronic logbooks for non-trawl groundfish fisheries. The proposed rule is expected to publish soon and is intended to be effective January 1, 2023. In addition, NMFS is interested to learn from and coordinate with the fishing industry about implementation details. Ms. Kent discussed plans for a 2-year transition period from paper logbooks and efforts to encourage fishermen to understand and begin to use the new electronic logbooks. The GAP highlights that for those fishermen that choose to continue to use paper logbooks for the near term, information is needed about how and from whom fishermen should request paper logbooks. Mr. Russell updated the GAP about several groundfish surveys occurring in 2022. The GAP appreciates the great communication between NMFS and the groundfish industry. Mr. Russell noted that there are no current impediments for the FV Shimada's participation in the 2023 Coastwide Acoustic Hake Survey. However, he said they will be monitoring for any issues that could limit the Shimada's participation, such as staffing or supply chain issues, so that they can both engage on potential problems early and keep stakeholders and council informed. The GAP appreciates this effort, as the Shimada's full participation in the survey is critical for the whiting fishery. Mr. Russell also updated the GAP on 2022 California Current Ecosystem Hake Ecology and Survey Methods Research Project in support of the Hake and Whiting Treaty. The GAP appreciates efforts to incorporate new technologies to provide non-extractive evaluations methods to contribute both to new information streams and potential efficiencies gained. The GAP suggests during the process to re-envision surveys that gained efficiencies only be done to the extent that survey integrity is not compromised. The GAP also suggests council and stakeholder involvement in the process as it progresses. That concludes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Questions on the GAP report? I'm not seeing any, Kevin, so thank you. That takes us to public comment, and there is 0. I'm informed, so that takes us to council action, and which is discussion and guidance as appropriate. So what's the will of the council, if any? So Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Just in thinking about 2023 and the surveys, well, not just 2023, but just the overall importance of the various surveys that contribute to the management of West Coast fisheries resources. a couple of years ago, there was a funding shortfall that was having some pretty major, or could have had some major implications on our various surveys off the West Coast. And we made it one of our priorities to bring that issue to NMFS leadership at the CCC meeting, several CCC meetings. And while there was plenty of caution, and there wasn't necessarily a suggestion that we were going to have problems in 2023, but both in the GAP report, as they heard from Mr. Russell, as well as his presentation here, there was at least some suggestion that we need to keep an eye on that. And we have some new folks, new leadership at National Marine Fisheries Service. May or may not have heard from us in the past on this matter, and I would just recommend that the leadership that attends the CCC meeting that I understand is going to be in October reiterates our concern and the importance of our surveys to our management capabilities here on the West Coast. So we keep ringing that bell loud and often. I suspect that Dr. Werner will be there. Well, probably Cisco and Kevin. I have already sent an email to Kevin, but I just would hope that the leadership and our representatives that go to the CCC meeting will make sure that they're aware of how important these activities are to this council and our management of our fisheries. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil. Some wise words and duly noted. Anyone else? Bob Dooley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Phil, those are great comments, and I agree with them. I'm also noting that there's seemed to be a concern there, kind of below the surface of availability potentially of surveys next year. And one of the things that I know that I've found out is that Shimada will be going to shipyard. I assume it's a major shipyard. And I hope they keep the council abreast. We all know boat owners, shipyards can blossom and problems can surface. And it's critical that that vessel is available for our work next year. So if there needs to be an adjustment, it'd be nice to be kept apprised of that shipyard as it goes forward and if there are any unanticipated problems. So just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Chair Gromlich.
I just want to briefly respond to Phil. Of course, we will make those points at the CCC, and we have made those points. Oftentimes, our federal government speaks in two different tongues. On the one hand, we need to improve domestic supply of seafood, but of course that requires data to support the fisheries, but the same government doesn't provide the funds for the Science Center to do its work. So we will continue to bang that drum.
Okay. Todd, how are we doing?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, the council had heard from both the center and the region, as well as the GAP. You have had a discussion on those items, and I would say that you have completed the tasks under the NMFS report. Thank you.
Oh, very good. Thank you, Todd. And with that, I'll pass the gavel back to our chair, Mark.
All right, thank you very much, Vice Chair Pettinger. Let me just take the temperature of the room, whether folks want to break now or break after the next agenda item. I'm happy to keep going, but if I don't see any requests to take a break. Okay, so I am seeing a request. So I have 9:24. Why don't we come back at 9:35 and we'll continue with Groundfish. See you then.
of high school, I jumped on Dad's rig, and it just gets in your blood. I didn't have a problem getting up and going to work every morning.
I enjoyed being on the water. And when I found that the fishing regulations were so complicated, I was angry.
It is really frustrating to not have a say in what is happening to you.
It's not just will the fish live or die, it's will the fishermen live or die.
Well, why is this happening? Or why is this? Or why is that? Or they just want to shut it down. And
am I going to be able to survive?
It's hard.
I first heard about MRAP from two fishermen.
Got a hold of me and said, hey, I've got this great opportunity for you. It's a program that's by and for fishermen.
I was very skeptical going into that meeting and very enlightened coming out.
MRAP gives you the recipe.
Where does the data come from? How do people use the data, the laws, and the steps that one goes through to translate into a regulation?
I was afraid of the rulemaking process, but I think they listened to what everyone there had to say, including myself.
MRAP was really helpful in how I can be an active participant in the management of my fishery.
All right, if folks could come back to the table, we can get started with our next Groundfish item. Actually, Todd, why don't you begin with the overview?
Yes, thank you,
Please.
Mr. Chair. So under this agenda item G2 is the workload and new management measures priority agenda item. So under this particular item, it's the opportunity for the council to look at all of the proposed management measures for groundfish and provide guidance on them, as well as review and revise those projects as appropriate. All of those projects, or excuse me, proposed projects are listed under the GMT's Report 1, G2A GMT Report 1. As the council will recall, back in March, the council did review the list of proposed projects then and removed a couple, including the at-sea processing south of 42 degrees north latitude, and then also revised the LEFG management measure proposal to include such components as the program cost recovery, slinky pods allowance, and other items. Additionally, under this item, council staff is proposing to add a measure to the list that would be revisions to COP19. So in the course of the summer, after we completed our specs work, council staff was aware that there were concerns from advisory bodies and stakeholders regarding how the EFPs are processed through the council and into regulation. So it was our opportunity to take a look at that particular COP and then updated for clarification as to the roles of, say, the GMT and the SSC. At this point, we did provide a draft language, some redlined language there, and for the council to consider. Under this agenda item, the council could indicate that it would wishes to add the item to the list, and if they wants to take a formal stance and formally adopt the new language, that would be done under agenda item C7, which is on Wednesday, the 14th. So looking at your briefing book, you will note that you have one report each from the GMT, the GAP, and the EC. You also have a public comment in the queue. And with that, I would say your council action is to review the list of proposed project amendments and new fishery management measures, evaluate the progress on the prioritized items, review proposed changes to exempted fishing permit process, which is that COP19 that I brought to your attention, and consider overall groundfish workload while providing guidance on groundfish management measure priorities and schedules. That concludes my brief overview. I'm happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
All right, thank you very much, Todd. Are there any questions for Todd? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Todd. On the SITSUM, the third paragraph, you reminded us that we removed the proposal for at-sea processing south of 42. Can you refresh my recollection? I thought we did that with the understanding that perhaps the correct pathway for discussing that item was through a future EFP.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Rimko, yes, you are correct. So back in March, I believe I would say you noted that to remove the list and put it into an EFP bucket, that it didn't disappear from the scene at all, that it was more appropriate at that juncture or in future junctures to work it through the EFP process and then accordingly add it or not to the list. Thank you.
Any other questions of Todd? All right, thank you, Todd. We'll move on to our reports. And first, I'll ask Lynn Mattis to come forward with the Groundfish Management Team. Welcome, Lynn.
There we go. Good morning. I'll be reading from agenda item G2A, the supplemental GMT report 2. Todd gave an overview, so I'm going to skip our introductory paragraph on the prioritization list update. Since submitting report 1, we have identified below some updates that we think need to be made to appendix 1 and 2, and we have bolded those changes in the following tables. We need to add trawl catch share program review to the Appendix 1 GMT workload matrix. Depending on the outcome of agenda item G9 at this meeting, the intersector allocation review and or accumulation caps could be separate items on a different timeline. We can remove fixed gear catch share review from table A, item A3, as that has been completed. Also on table A, item number A1, we recommend renaming to non-trawl area management, as that better reflects what the council's current agenda item is titled. Additionally, the Emily Platt EFP is going to be into regulation through the specs process. Then on table B, this is somewhat to the question Ms. Uremko asked Mr. Phillips a moment ago. We recommend adding back in allowing at-sea processing of whiting south of 42 back to the list so that it's a placeholder for the eventual regulatory change discussion. Much like item B5, which is a regulatory change that would be informed by the midwater trawl EFP. So while it's not the EFP itself, it's the eventual regulation discussion. On modifications to COP 19, we appreciate the council staff efforts to address some concerns we have had going back to even when Rob Jones was still on the GMT, which has been a while. So specifically, what are the metrics or benchmarks that need to be met in order for an EFP to begin the process of being incorporated into regulation? While attachment 1 attempts to address some of these issues, the team does have some additional thoughts and considerations. The first issue that stands out is the proposed changes puts all of the onus and additional workload on the GMT. We believe the EFP applicant or coordinator should have a role as well, as they are the ones who have the data. Additionally, based on recent experience with EFPs, should the National Marine Fisheries Service have a specified role, and if so, what? Second, the GMT has previously indicated when we thought there was sufficient data on an EFP or a suite of EFPs to start the regulatory process. However, NMFS provided guidance to the EFP applicants that they needed to renew their EFP for an additional cycle due to insufficient data. Therefore, we wonder what role NMFS will have in this new proposed process. Will NMFS' opinion outweigh that of the GMT? And if so, then how does the process move forward? In general, there are inconsistencies and misunderstandings with regard to what is considered sufficient data or information to implement an EFP into regulation. The council, GMT, NMFS, and others should explicitly use each application's EFP objectives to determine what constitutes sufficient information for implementation. The reviewing parties should coordinate to ensure that the understanding of sufficient information is consistent. During our discussions on these proposed revisions, we had a lengthy discussion about the reporting requirements for EFPs. We think there should be some template or outline of what is required in the annual EFP report. The quantity and quality of recent reports has varied greatly. Additionally, reporting requirements should include not only data and information from the current year of the EFP, but also data and information from the life of the EFP. Having all of that information in one place will help aid the process discussed above. If the council wishes to pursue modifications to COP 19 as suggested by attachment 1, we can come back under council operating procedures and membership agenda item at this or a future meeting with some proposed edits. Then appendix 1 on table 3 is the color coded similar to the matrix that NMFS has provided under their report of the GMT workload, what we have going on when we're working on things and who is assigned to those tasks. Appendix 2, Table A, which is on page 4, is the table of items that the council has already prioritized. You'll notice in bold, on A1, the short title has been updated, and the old A3 has been removed because that has been completed. Then Table B, which is on pages 5 and 6, are all the other items that are on the list. These are things that have been identified as needing to be worked on, but have yet to be prioritized. And you'll notice we have added back B17 This is the placeholder for processing south at 42 for when or if the council decides to go the regulatory process. The actual EFP is a separate process through the biennial process. It's a subtle distinction, but we wanted to have it on there as a placeholder for when we get to the actual regulatory process. That concludes our presentation, and I will try to answer questions.
All right, thank you very much, Lynn. I'm sure there's some questions. Marcy Remco?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have three. I'll start with your prioritization list update to table B to allow at-sea processing and whiting south of 42. You are saying that should be back on the list as a regulatory change. But I am curious, did you cross-check every EFP that is expected to have an implementing regulation so that all EFPs are itemized on the list? And I'm just also noting that we don't have an EFP at this time for processing whiting south of 42. So I'm just really curious what is so compelling to the GMT that we must have this on the list right now, especially when the council took it off.
Through the chair, Ms. Uremko, we saw it very similar to items B2 and B5, where example B2, removal of selective flatfish trawl requirements between 4010 and 42. Currently, it's an EFP that is going on, but the B2 is a placeholder for when the EFP is concluded, and it could go into the regulatory process. Similar to B5, currently there's an EFP going on for midwater trawl, removing certain time and area requirements. It's a placeholder again for when the EFP is completed. We put B17, the whiting non-trawl, back on based on how we have treated B2 and B5, and based on a request we received during our webinar last week or the week before. So it was trying to be consistent with how we have treated other EFPs and the potential rulemaking following on to those.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is the Real Good Fish EFP regulation and the intention to potentially allow for natural bait with Emily Platt gear embodied somewhere in this regulatory list?
Chair Grelnick, Ms. Uremko, the natural bait piece has not been as part of an EFP to this point. It is my understanding the Real Good Fish, the gear part of the EFP would be covered under the non-trawl area management agenda item that is going through, because it would open up those areas. So that is my understanding on the Real Good Fish EFP and how it is incorporated into this list.
Marcy?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so that was my first question. The next section pertains to Table B generally. This is the non-prioritized list. There are a number of items on here that have been added over the years and have kind of sat here marinating. Some of them in my mind are either outdated or potentially can be removed or refreshed. I'm thinking, for example, the 60-mile bank RCA line, which now that we are authorizing all depth fishing, I don't think that item, I'm leaving it to you to tell us if we need to continue to have that on the list. So I'm just wondering how comprehensive the GMT's review was of Table B, and because we only see one proposed edit here. Thanks.
Chair Grelnick, Mr. Remco, at the September, November meetings, this agenda item is intended to be a quick look, a quick update. We will get into the detailed dive into all of the items at either March or April, whenever it gets scheduled next spring. That is when the council and the GMT and the GAP and others go through and really take a comprehensive look at this list. Are things no longer needed? Are there things that need to be added? Do we reprioritize things? So that is a process we will undertake next spring.
Keely Kent.
Thanks. I just wanted to go back to Marcy's question before, the one she just asked. The Real Good Fish EFP, as it has been tested, is in the 23-24 specs. So that is the action that it becomes in regulation along with the Emily Platt. I think it hasn't really been clear in the wording, but that's the troll type gear in the specification. So it's not the non-trawl RCA action that is going to be the one that authorizes that into regulation. So I just wanted to make that clear.
If I may, thank you. My point is that those EFPs are continuing beyond 23-24 or in the 23-24 cycle for future, to inform us on future regulations. So I'm hearing the argument be that we need to put a placeholder in here for processing south of 42 based on an EFP that doesn't exist yet. But yet we have other EFPs that do exist where those are not identified specifically in terms of a regulatory need. So I just, sorry to be poking at the GMT's rationale, but I'm just finding some inconsistency there. Thanks. And then if I could, I had a third question.
Sure.
This one's easier, I promise. Get to page 2 on your discussion about COP19, and at the end you're recommending modifications to COP. If the council wishes to pursue modifications, you give us some choices about making quick edits or at a future meeting. I guess I would ask you, would you see benefit in a little longer process to think about how this COP might be more comprehensively modified? Would the GMT benefit from more time to consider the COP overall? And there were some kind of surgical edits prepared for us this meeting, and reading your statement, it seems like that might be what you're suggesting.
Chair Grelnick, Mr. Remco, yes, we could come back with something later this week, but it would be rushed. The majority of the GMT will be here in the council room the next 3 days, so we have limited opportunity to respond. It would be better for the GMT, and I think a better product, if we waited until November or even March, so that the GMT had time to work with council staff to go through this very strategically and carefully. The key point is that the COP19 is updated when we start the next spec cycle. So appreciate that question, so that we don't overload ourselves in the next 3 days.
Thank you.
Are there further questions on the GMT report? All right, thanks very much. Oh, Bob Dooley.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, a little slow on the draw here. Thank you. Lynn, question on the COP19 portion of it. Do any of these edits prohibit the continuation of EFPs until they are put into regulation during that interim time when there really is no new data going to be, there'll be data produced, but no new purpose? And I think it's very important to consider that, but I'm just curious, does any of this language prohibit that? Because we've heard on the floor some hesitancy to extend EFPs, particularly like the EM EFP, unless we had some new purpose. And we're waiting to wade our way through regulations and implementation, and stopping that EFP early would be very detrimental to the EM process. So, but that's just one example. There are others. But the question still stands.
Chair Grelnick, Mr. Dooley, To my reading, no, it would not prevent that from happening. We had actually a discussion about this a little bit in the GMT yesterday, how in some cases EFPs are being used as a stopgap until the regulation gets put in place. I don't believe that current language would prevent that from happening. This current language would just provide more guidance on the GMT council staff or whoever to go through and take a critical look. And is the EFP working as intended? Is it leading toward that goal, or is it going essentially nowhere, is my understanding of what the goal is.
Thank you.
All right, anything further? All right, thanks very much, Lynn. Next, Travis Hunter will present the GAP report.
Good morning, Chair Gorelnik, members of the council. For the record, my name is Travis Hunter, and I will be reading from agenda item G2A supplemental GAP report on groundfish workload and new management measures. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel reviewed the documents and received an update on this agenda item from Mr. Todd Phillips, council staff. The GAP offers the following comments and recommendations. Council Operating Procedure 19. The GAP strongly supports the intent of the COP19 revisions, creating a more formalized transition pathway from exemptive fishing permits into the management measures process could reduce delay and create significant benefits for fishermen across the coast. Indeed, many EFPs have taken years to get into the management measure process, even after they have proven their worth. At the same time, the GAP notes that the proposed process will require more GMT staff time, and the GMT is already overburdened. Moreover, it's not clear that the bottleneck in making the transition from EFP to management measure process has been the lack of a more formalized process. Other factors, such as council and National Marine Fisheries Service staff time and competing priorities, may be the primary culprits. Despite those misgivings, due to the critical importance of advancing worthy EFPs more rapidly through the process, the GAP supports the COP19 revisions with the following recommendations. 1, the GAP would like a formalized role in the process. We therefore recommend the following additional language in section C41, which is, additionally, for EFPs that are requesting renewal, the GMT, in consultation with the GAP, will consider the following. While the COP does a nice job of spelling out what is necessary for EFPs, there's little information about what criteria need to be met to be eligible for moving an EFP into regulation. 2, the GAP recommends developing a list of qualifying criteria which could be drawn from successful EFPs that have moved into regulation, so EFP applicants and participants have a better understanding of what they need to achieve. 3, the GAP also recommends development of a table listing the existing EFPs, their current status, start date, and primary objectives. Links within the table would contain the required yearly EFP reports. Currently, digging through briefing books is the only way to find information on EFPs. 4, members of the GAP think that the COP should more clearly define the applicant expectations. As drafted, the revised COP19 adds additional workload to the GMT, but does not clearly specify the applicant's role in the process. Finally, while in general the GAP would like to see worthy EFPs move into regulation much more quickly, there are times when EFPs serve as an alternate regulatory structure, and moving more quickly may not be appropriate or desired. A good example is the electronic monitoring EFP for the individual fishing quota groundfish fishery. While the new data continues to be collected, the general structure of the EM program and its viability has long been proven. Nevertheless, because of challenges in drafting regulations, shifting EM policies at NMFS headquarters, and disagreements between industry, the council, and NMFS about what the ultimate regulations should look like, there has not been a viable regulatory vehicle outside of the EFP. Despite our recommendations above, we don't want to lose this other important function that EFPs can serve. Workload items. At-sea whiting sector representatives on the GAP noted that the issue of consideration of allowing at-sea processing south of 42 degrees north latitude is not currently on the workload list. This issue is part of the whiting utilization action, but was removed in an effort to streamline implementation of several other important regulatory changes, and because it was recognized that collection of fishery data south of 42 via an EFP would be a logical first step in moving this item forward. In March 2022, the council apparently decided to remove it from the workload list because of the EFP aspect of this item. The GAP recommends adding this issue back to the workload list. While it is likely that an EFP will be initially used to collect data that would inform an eventual council action, this workload item is more than an EFP project and should be placed on the workload list. Limited entry fixed gear members of the GAP would like to encourage the GMT to add item B15 into their workload matrix and develop an analytical workload projection, for example, high or medium, because it is a high priority for that sector. Prioritization. In general, members of the GAP try to avoid prioritizing particular items in the list over others, as it can pit one sector against another, and because of the gear type and geographic makeup of the GAP, it tends to be unproductive. Instead, members of the GAP prefer to highlight which items should be on the list and provide an overall level of importance related to those items. Individual GAP members are encouraged to advocate for their own priorities. And that concludes the GAP report.
All right, thank you very much, Travis. Let's see if there are any questions on the GAP report. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking to the workload item recommendation and the addition of processing at sea south of 42, I just want to question you about the last sentence in the first paragraph, that while it is likely that an EFP will be initially used to collect data that would inform an eventual council action, this workload item is more than an EFP project and should be placed on the workload list. I'm going to guess that what you might mean by that is that the workload associated with that particular EFP is going to be significant, likely involving PRD consultation. And so are you just suggesting here that it's going to be a big workload to get the EFP project off the ground, or what else are you implying here?
Through the chair, Ms. Yaremko, that is correct. I mean, as was stated earlier, there currently is not an EFP for this. So there will be some initial work in implementing one. So it seemed prudent to keep it on the list to identify what that workload might be.
Thank you.
Any further questions of the GAP? Vice Chair Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Grolnick. Dealing with the processing south of 42 degrees, as a GAP member, I'm sure is probably aware there is fishing already happening probably 20 miles south of the 42 degree line by catcher boats bringing fish back up. So did you consider the fact that there's already data being collected as far as the catch side into that equation?
Through the chair, Vice Chair Pettinger, yes, and that was discussed in the GAP, and we would think that that data could be used in crafting and implementing an EFP. So I would hope that data is out there and available to help.
All right. Anything further on the GAP report? Thanks very much, Travis. And we have an EC report. Greg Bush is online to provide that. So welcome, Greg.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Greg Bush. I'll be reading agenda item G2A, Supplemental EC Report 1, September 2022, Enforcement Consultants Report on Workload and new management measure update. The enforcement consultants have reviewed the documents associated with agenda item G2, workload and new management measure update, and provide the following comments. Regarding G2, supplemental revised attachment 1, proposed revisions to Council Operating Procedure 19, the EC recommends minor changes to the language indicating a violation history check may be considered by the National Marine Fisheries Service when evaluating whether or not to issue an exempted fishing permit. The proposed language better clarifies what types of violations may be considered and updates the civil penalty amount. The EC intends to recommend updating similar language in COP 20 and 24, along with COP 23 under agenda item C7. The EC recommends the following language replace what is currently contained under D, other considerations. D, other considerations. 1, EFP candidates or participants may be denied future EFP permits if the applicant, participant, fisher processor has had a violation adjudicated within the past 5 years related to A, violation of EFP provisions, B, violation of commercial fishing regulations resulting in conviction or entering into a plea of for a crime punishable by a maximum penalty exceeding $1,000, C, violation of commercial fishing regulations resulting in an assessed civil penalty in an amount greater than $5,750, and D, violations resulting in the assessment of civil penalty or being convicted of a crime involving the falsification of fish receiving tickets, including but not limited to misreporting or underreporting of groundfish. The EC recognizes the violation history check is not mandatory, but it does serve as a motivation for compliance and provides NMFS with important information when considering whether or not to issue an EFP. NMFS Office of Law Enforcement conducts the violation history checks contained within COPs 19, 20, and 24 for NMFS West Coast region outside the normal council process. This concludes the EC report.
All right, thank you very much, Greg. Are there any questions on the EC report? Bob Dooley.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm being a little wordy today, but just have a question of Greg, if I may. Greg, I'm looking at the B under D, other considerations, and B, violation of commercial fishing regulations resulting in conviction, $1,000. I just want to kind of clarify that in my mind. I've fished for many, many years, and I have seen violations. In fact, I've gotten violations on logbook entry, leaving an area out when you have all the Latin log on the logbook, but you missed entering that, and have actually been fined $1,000 for missing an entry that made no sense. I mean, all the data was there, but I'm curious. That was one of those deals where it's $1,000, you pay the fine, or you can take it to court and then they can get you up to $25,000. So what do you want to do? So of course you pay it. But are those the kind of violations you're looking at? And is $1,000 really has there been given thought that some of these violations really aren't? They're bookkeeping errors that are insignificant in a lot of cases. So I'm wondering, has there been real thought given to that? And is it relevant to what's happening today as far as I don't know what kind of violations and how they treat those similar violations. So just trying to get some sense that this has some basis and to really single out people that are doing things that would exclude them from an EFP versus some bookkeeping, so to speak, violation. So I hope I was clear. It's in my mind and I'm just checking. So thank you.
Greg.
Yes, through the chair. Thanks, Mr. Dooley, for the question. And the thresholds that we came up with have been thought through. Under subparagraph B, that is specifically related to a criminal conviction or a criminal charge, which is what the states typically use and we may use for certain violations. So you're looking if you're looking at a crime versus a civil penalty, most of the citations that we issue are civil penalties, and the amount that we use for the civil penalty threshold is the $5,750, and that's what General Counsel uses as going from unintentional to potentially negligent penalties. And the nature of the offense is one thing that is also considered. So we look at, for instance, you could have a civil penalty exceeding $10,000 if you happen to get into a catch of prohibited species that you have to land, and the next thing you know, you're having to do a summary settlement check where you're paying for the value of the fish that you landed that is above retention limits, and that could easily exceed $10,000 depending on the value of the fish, especially for the trawlers. So that's something that gets considered, and typically they still allow for the issuance of the EFP. We use that as the threshold and the minimal amount, or the amounts that we use for that trigger of ones that we include on the list. So B is for the criminal charges. Those are typically the state statutes and the more egregious federal statutes, and then the civil side is what we use primarily under Magnuson, other than for instance the falsification of records or lying under oath or assault of an observer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a little bit of a follow-up. So I really appreciate this. Is clarifying to me. I hope it helps our industry as well, and council members understand it. When you say the maximum penalty, those type of things, is that based on the offered settlement amount, or is it based on that higher number should you choose to contest it? Or is this after the fact, after something is, because I've seen those in the past where they say pay $1,000, that's what we're asking for, but if you want to contest it, could be $25,000. So I'm just curious what the basis is here, and maybe it's just my misunderstanding, but that's how I saw it. So, thank you.
Through the chair, I'd hesitate to go through too many different scenarios, but if, for instance, we offered a summary settlement amount and it was less than the $5,750, and it was contested, went to an administrative law judge, and ended up being adjudicated at a higher amount, that final higher amount is what we would use. And an example of where we would go the opposite would be if NOAA General Counsel issued a notice of violation assessment of, say, $6,000, and due to extenuating circumstances, they settled for $3,000, we'd be using that initial $6,000 for our threshold. So it depends on the individual circumstances, and the nature of the violation itself is what we put forward for, as well as a possible recommendation for the National Marine Fisheries Service to consider on whether or not to issue the EFP.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for indulging me. I hope I wasn't taking too much time.
All right, any further questions? I'm tempted, but will not indulge in a discussion of intentional versus unintentional versus negligence. So thanks very much, Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Butch Smith. Go ahead, Butch.
Just for my own amazement, Mr. Bush, are there typically a lot of violations in this fisheries?
Through the chair, it depends on which fisheries and which circumstances. There's typically prior violations that will come up during our priors check, and occasionally there'll be some for amounts higher than the thresholds. Oftentimes those are for instance, within the trawl fisheries, vessels that have been fishing up in Alaska, where it's common to have summary settle amounts for that may exceed the thresholds, those will be listed and included and reported to NMFS, but that would not include a recommendation to withhold the permits based on those type of violations. But generally, I would say most of the checks we do, there's not a recommendation. In fact, it's more rare to have a recommendation to withhold an EFP based on the violation history.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's kind of what I thought. I haven't heard much on that. So thank you.
All right, let me look again and see if there are any further questions. All right, thanks very much, Greg. So that completes all of the reports under this agenda item and takes us to public comment. There are 4 signups, and we'll start with Ben Entiknap. Welcome. And then just as a reminder to the public commenters, you'll need to turn the microphone on, press the push button, and the light will come on so that we can catch everything you say. So welcome, Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to be here. Nice to see you, council members. I'm Ben Entiknap, and I'm representing Oceana. I often fail to say it, but Oceana is an international ocean conservation organization, and our mission is to protect the world's oceans. It's a broad mission, and it's an important one. And why I'm here today is to request that the council prioritize number B13 in the GMT's Report 1, this being a groundfish FMP amendment to prohibit directed fishing on short belly rockfish. We know that short belly rockfish are an ecologically important forage fish in the California current ecosystem. They're a primary prey for Chinook salmon and other managed fish species, but also for many seabirds like marbled murrelets, rhinoceros auklets, common murres, and the California least tern. We know this, well, from the scientific studies, but we also know this because there's been an important recurring and ongoing conversation here at the council about how to best protect this important forage fish. When the council moved short belly rockfish from being in the fishery to being an ecosystem component species, it actually lost key protections previously in place, including a precautionary annual catch limit and an overfishing limit. That original annual catch limit was set at 1% of the ABC to discourage targeting and protect its role as forage. More recently, the council indicated that a directed fishing prohibition for short belly would be included in the 2023-24 groundfish specifications and management measure process, but it was later removed from that package last November with the understanding that it would be considered as a standalone FMP amendment. We appreciate the 2,000 metric ton incidental catch threshold the council adopted. It's a really important step to prevent high levels of increased bycatch, but alone, that incidental catch threshold does not prohibit a directed fishery and does not prevent a directed fishery. Oceana remains very committed to getting this done through an FMP amendment. There's been a lot of progress made through these good conversations that have been happening at the council over the years, including the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife report that was submitted last November, which kind of laid out kind of the scoping for this. So an FMP amendment could build off of that work that's already done. But we hope that the council is also remaining committed to getting this done, and any guidance that you could provide at this meeting to help prioritize and move it forward would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. Are there questions for Ben? Thank you, Ben. Next, we'll have Bob Alverson, and he'll be followed by Brent Payne. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This morning, I'll be representing Fishing Vessel Owners Association. Our trade association is out of Seattle, and we participate in limited entry fixed gear tiered sablefish fishery. Our members fish about 45 of these permits on about 22 boats. And under the GMT report, Table B, there is a B15 of proposed changes that came out of the 5-year review for this program that was mandated by Magnuson Act to have that 5-year review. There's 5 proposals of change. 2 of them come from National Marine Fisheries Service and 3 come from the industry. And on the table, it lists the analytical workload is to be determined and primary analysis also to be determined. So we're following up on the gap minutes that were just presented to you to encourage the council to have the appropriate people determine the workload that would be necessary to move forward with these changes to the program. We believe they would all enhance our program. Of the industry proposals, there's 3. One is to allow those permits that are listed endorsed with longline gear to use pots. Slinky pots particularly is preferred right now from that fleet. There's a proposal to add a 4th permit, and then a proposal for cumulative non-sablefish landing permits for each permit. From our association standpoint, adding the ability to use pots is the most important one of these 3 from industry. And the reason for that is on the North Coast, we've been visited the last 3 years by the orca pod from British Columbia, and they predate on our hook and line gear and cause us to run around, try to lose those guys. And the pots have been very successful in reducing and eliminating whale depredation in Alaska. So that's our comments, Mr. Chairman, and we'd like to see the workload be analyzed and try to move these changes forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Bob. Questions for Bob? Thank you, Bob. Okay. Brent Payne, followed by Dan Waldeck. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Brent Payne. I'm the executive director of United Catcher Boats. UCB has the UCB membership. We have 72 vessels. Of those vessels, 17 of them have whiting permits to fish both in the mothership and shoreside sector. UCB primarily, most of its members are offshore whiting participants, although a couple boats fish out of Westport for the inshore fishery. So my comments today are relevant to this issue of the topic of fishing south of 42. And we do, in looking over the workload planning, it looked like that issue got dropped from the list of priorities. It had originally been put there when the council looked at the mothership utilization package. There was 5 items on that particular issue. And, you know, as the council actually appreciate that the agency is going to implement the final rule and put into regulations a couple of those elements that will make the mothership fishery utilize more of the catch. I think that's going to go in place here next week. So thank you very much for that package. Relative to south of 42, we think that there's kind of a natural progression. This kind of ties into your discussion about EFPs as well. And from an industry perspective, we really like the EFP tool because it's an opportunity to gather data on a particular topic or an issue that you don't have information about, and you can present that to the council and the agency through that EFP process. And then with that information, you can make a go, no-go decision whether you want to do a regulatory amendment package or not. Right now, so the issues relative to south of 42, in 2015, James Meintz and I, on behalf of mothership processors and United Catcher Boats, presented an EFP to the council to study what would happen if you allowed the mothership processors to fish south of 42, or us to fish south, them to process south of 42. And at that time, that wasn't that wasn't adopted. But I think that the issues relative to climate change and climate-ready fisheries and the changes of where fish are living these days off the West Coast, it would be helpful for the mothership sector to be allowed to process fish south of 42. Now, so the question is, can they do it and actually encounter less bycatch than where they currently are fishing north of 42? So Mr. Pettinger is correct. There was a fair amount of fish this year that was taken south of 42 because we found very clean fishing. And so what happens fishing south of 42 is the catcher vessels, I call it the rubber band effect. They can only go so many miles away from the mothership before that rubber band gets totally stretched out, and then they got to pop back because they got to pull that fish back to the mothership. And when you pull that fish back, you tend to short wire it, and the quality of the fish is reduced. So it's there's the way the mothership operation works. It's like the mother duck and the ducklings, and the ducklings can't go too far from the mother duck. So we would like the opportunity to look at what the effects are if the processors were allowed to process that fish south of 42. And so obviously the fleet would fish further south from the border than they are right now, because the mothership processor would go south of 42 as well. So how much fish would be taken further south would be one thing we would look at. The most important thing we would look at, though, is what the composition of the Chinook bycatch that is taken in the whiting fishery. And I know there was very heightened sense of concern about Klamath River fish at the time in 2015 when we presented our EFP. And yes, that is concerned. The captains seem to think that they can fish south of 42 and catch significantly less Chinook than they are north of 42. So it gives them the flexibility to find grounds that these interception rates are much lower than where we are fishing right now with this regulation in place that doesn't allow us to go south of 42. You give the fleet more flexibility by giving them a great area to fish. So we would look very hard, so as far as workload planning and how much would it take, yes, you talked about protected resources. We would be working very closely with Susan Bishop on this one with protected resources. So we'd be working very closely, with sustainable fisheries folks. But we've done a fair number of EFPs over the years, both in Alaska and down here. Our EFP for electronic monitoring, for example, the trade associations took the lead on the staff workload to do that. A better example would be the salmon excluder EFP we did in Alaska. We actually hired contractors to do all the EFP work. We did the EA analysis for that EFP for salmon excluders. The monitors that we put at sea to do the research work, United Catch Boats hired them to do that. So we wouldn't see that as a burden for the agency. We would step up and do that through the trade associations. But we want to do that in cooperation, in conjunction with the agency staff, the scientists, and then present that data to the council. And specifically, we would want to do very detailed genetic stock of origin analysis of the bycaught Chinook in that whiting fishery. So you would know exactly what the percentage of Klamath River fish, Lower Columbia fish, Puget Sound fish would be in terms of Chinook in the composition of the bycaught fish. And more importantly for us, is it possible to have lower Chinook rates if we fish south of 42 than when we do currently north of 42? So, and then when that information, then you can make it a go, no-go decision whether you want to do a regulatory amendment package or not. And that would be using that's the best available information to make an informed decision. So that's why we want to have you add this back to the council's list of priorities. And, maybe you might not want to move. The politics are such that the California people don't want motherships off, because it's not in my backyard type thing. No, there's not a majority of votes on the council to move that forward. But we want to at least have you take a look at it and keep it in the batter's box, because we think it's important. We think we do a much better job. We can get more whiting out of the water and catch less Chinook if we had this opportunity. So that's what that is about. So just want to be forthright and transparent about our request.
All right, thank you very much, Brent. Are there questions for Brent? Marcy Yaremko?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Brent. I'm so glad that you came to speak to us on this topic. I really appreciated the detailed testimony you offered. First question for you. I recall I think you said 2015 EFP application.
I think it was 15.
Or
That's
request.
off the top of my head, but.
I'm based on our last discussion and I thought our conclusion that maybe this pursuit would function best under an EFP type of an operation. I'm expecting that you're intending to bring that EFP application back to us. And I'm just wondering what your planned timing is on that and when we might get a new refreshed look at the proposal.
Yeah, through the chair. If we got a green light from the council here that said, no, we would accept, or actually, the EFPs are granted or not granted by the agency, not by the council. But if we got the recommendation of the council that said this is a reasonable EFP, we would hire a contractor to put together a proposal to present to the council, and we could do that within the next couple months. So I wouldn't think we could do that by the November council meeting, but we certainly could do it in 2 council meetings. We might even be able to do it in November, let's see. But we have a couple of people that we've worked with to that could put together an EFP proposal and run it through the agency, Sustainable Fisheries folks, and for see if it's robust enough to, and then we would look at. The question is when could we actually do the study and how quickly the approval could happen. But we could get something to the council here in the next couple of months.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Brent. In light of your experience with the 2015 application, as well as your other experience with EFPs, I'm looking at COP19 and I'm hearing your thoughts about presenting kind of a pre-proposal to the council. Of course, the COP defines very clearly what the cycle of EFPs is. And I believe last time you were contemplating an off-cycle EFP. I guess my question is, are you challenged by the language of the COP in terms of how we would take up this process? Because it seems that way to me, and I guess I would be interested in your input on revisions that might be beneficial to the COP.
Thank you, through the chair. And I think that's the topic of discussion here. And I realize we're just talking about something. I was actually under workload planning, kind of how I was presenting my presentation to you today about the South of 42. But relative to the COP, and reading that discussion paper, I think the council was struggling with how do you take an EFP and convert it to a regulatory action and that transition period. I think that's what the GMT was kind of providing guidance on. I can't speak to that because I haven't studied it well enough to give you an informed answer. And I, whatever works easiest for the council, if we had to submit a proposal through the annual EFP cycle, we would do that. We're more familiar with just presenting a EFP package out of cycle and presenting it and doing it that way. But we're not trying to take cuts in line or anything. I think the EFP process should be where the council has an annual cycle. They receive EFPs. They have a limited workload, staffing availability, and they say, these are the ones we green light, and we say we want these to be worked on, and these ones didn't make the cut because of the limitations on staff ability to work on it. So I think that's a fair way to do it, the annual cycle process. That would be, I think, from our perspective, that would be the best way, because then you look at competing EFPs and whether or not you have the human resources to work on them or not, and which ones make the cut and which ones don't.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Brent. You mentioned that that your captains think they can find less Chinooks south of 42 rather than north. Maybe that's obvious why that is, but I would appreciate if you'd share a little bit more about why that might be. Thank you.
Through the chair. Well, we look at the whiting fishery all the way from the northern part of Washington all the way down south for the motherships south of 42. And we're looking on a tow-by-tow basis what our rates are through our cooperative management. And for captains to make a decision where they want to fish is one, where is the fish aggregated? But secondly, what constraining bycatch species do we have to try and manage under? And, there's the 4 rockfish species as well. And sablefish has been included. And Chinook, of course, runs paramount over everything because of the regulatory language for Chinook. As a PSC species. I think it's just giving captains opportunity to have more square miles to choose where they want to set their nets and but just looking at the data we fish we go about 15 miles south of 42. That's about as far south as the catching boats have been fishing in the mothership sector. Just in those, we looked at those. We use Sea State and we can quickly analyze the data on a tow-by-tow basis, and it's just shown that we've got very clean fishing the last couple of years south of 42 relative to Chinook bycatch. We haven't done any genetic analysis. We could do that, but that's something we have to do with the agency and the Fishery Science Center folks. I'm not speaking to that, but just numbers of fish we know on a tow-by-tow basis, and we have rates, and we move people around based on that information. Yeah.
Further questions of Brent? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Brent, for coming up and testifying today. The question I had, I guess the question before us here is whether this should remain on the list or not remain on the list of prioritized priority things. And I'm curious, pending the results of the EFP and assuming they're satisfactory, is that the prime reason you want to keep it prioritized because it was prioritized in the past? Or, just a little more talk about that would be helpful.
Yeah, through the chair. I mean, it's really up to the council's preference how you want to rank things, but it had been put on the list before by previous council, and it just seemed to have slipped off because the mothership utilization package moved forward. The EFP was the mechanism to study this proposal, so it's mixed in with an EFP, but we would like for it to remain on the priority list, and if the council says that this is something we can take a look at, we would do our part to see if we can move it into an EFP and make an EFP package application. I hope that answers your question. But yeah, we want it on the list just so it's an opportunity for us to maybe move it forward at some point.
Thank you, Brent.
All right, anything further for Brent? Thanks. All right, thank you very much. Dan Waldeck, welcome, Dan.
Green light is on. You can hear me. Great. Good morning, Chair Grelnick. Council members, it is nice to see all of you in person. It's been a long, long time. I'm Dan Waldeck, Executive Director of the Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative. We represent the 3 companies that own and operate catch-and-processor vessels in the West Coast whiting fishery. Here today to speak to the issue of processing south of 42. First, I want to express appreciation for the good work of the GMT and their thoughtful consideration of how this item came off the list and their inclusion in their current report that it should be put back on the list and their rationale for that. Similarly, I think the GAP had a fulsome discussion about this issue and agreed with the GMT that there are merits in adding this item back to the list. So that is what is in front of you, and I support the recommendations from the GMT and the GAP. And to elaborate a bit more, this discussion about EFPs is an important discussion, and I think we will continue to have that discussion. What's important to me is to shift the focus back to what I think is the issue at hand, which I think Mr. Dooley was getting at with Mr. Payne. The request, I think in simplest terms, the request is to add a workload item to consider a regulatory change to allow processing south of 42. A component of that consideration could be an EFP to provide data about the impacts of allowing processing south of 42. I would note that as other conversations have happened, there is currently and often happens significant mothership fishing that occurs south of 42. Right now, there is a mothership vessel at the 42 line, and there are 3 or 4 catcher vessels fishing in California. We have seen that happen for the last several years. Fishing down there has been good. It has been clean. There is information to already support, consideration of what it would mean to be catching fish south of 42. That already occurs. The request, again, in simplest terms, is to allow processing vessels to be in that area. On the mothership side, those processing vessels would take deliveries from catcher vessels currently operating in that area. For catcher processors, it would provide the opportunity for catcher processors to catch fish and process. Right now, a catcher processor could close their factory and stop processing and fish south of 42. Operationally, that's not logical. It doesn't happen. And so, again, the issue here is about allowing processing south of 42, a regulatory change to allow processing south of 42. Fishing already occurs there. The last time, as Mr. Payne and Ms. Urenco spoke to, UCB in 2015 and PWCC in 2015 put in EFPs that would have been part of the 2017, 2018 package. So they were on-cycle EFPs. Whether or not we would put an EFP in for this consideration of a regulatory change workload item, I think, again, as Brent said, we could work with the council. It would appear that the council's preference would be to stick with the typical EFP cycle, which would mean bringing you an application in November of 2023. However, if there is interest in moving forward sooner, the industry is certainly willing and able to perform that function for you. And then I guess lastly, I'll close by noting, and I think Ms. Riding and Mr. Payne sort of touched on this, we are seeing significant changes in the distribution of whiting. The fishery for whiting used to be a more mid-Oregon, northern Oregon, Washington operation with a significant harvest up in British Columbia as well. In recent years, we've seen distribution shifts where the population is typically off of southern Oregon and in California. And so again, as I think about climate change, about ensuring resilience in fisheries, about things the council and the fishery service can do to support fishery resilience, this issue lines up with that. If this distribution pattern changes and accessing whiting is impossible in Oregon or other areas, you're going to see much lower attainment of the annual Y. And the whiting fishery is a significant part of the council's Groundfish portfolio, and I think it would be unfortunate to foreclose the opportunity to attain OY because folks couldn't access where the fish were. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Questions for Dan? All right. Thank you, Dan.
You're welcome.
Well, that concludes public comment under this agenda item. And I would ask that Todd remind us of our action here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So under your proposed actions as shown there on the screen was to review the list of the proposed projects, the amendments and new fishery management measures. Those were brought forward under the GMT's report, and then evaluate the progress on prioritized items that would have been under Table A of the GMT report. Review proposed changes to EFP process, so that refers to, of course, the COP19, and then consider all of these, all the above items under the overall groundfish workload, and then provide guidance as appropriate for this particular agenda item.
All righty, well, let's get started on discussion. We had a fair amount of interchange with public commenters and on the report, so I'm sure there's some discussion to be had here. Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all of the advisory bodies' work on their comments as well as the public testimony that we received here today. And I feel that a key component of this discussion is really of that Appendix 2, Table B in the GMT report, and that these are items that are classified under this title as all other potential groundfish management items, not in priority order, nor scheduled on that year at a glance. And therefore, to address some of the comments that we've received from the GAP and during this public comment period about processing south of 42, that the GMT's recommendation on adding that back to the table seems appropriate at this meeting. I acknowledge that through the review of these items, there'll be a more in-depth review in March and April, where some of the concerns about the appropriateness of adding EFP regulatory process items to this table could be addressed more thoroughly with more comment and review by other groups. But I also think that this is an important item to have on that list for further discussion, because I do appreciate Dan's comments on shifting distributions and resilient fisheries with the changing climates and distributions.
Thank you, Jessica. Phil Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. A few comments. Again, I appreciate all the work that's gone into this, the comments of GMT and the GAP and the members of the public that spoke to us here under this agenda item. Relative to B13, which is the short belly rockfish piece that Benedict Knapp spoke to, I appreciated the work that has been done over the last several years relative to short belly rockfish, and we took some action back in November of 2021 to move that species into an ecosystem component species designation. And I continue to be an advocate of having protections in place because of the high forage value of this species to the ecosystem. At the same time, recognizing that prohibiting a commercial fishery has a number of different considerations around it and complications around it. Not saying they're not insurmountable, and there isn't ways to figure our way through that, or that we shouldn't pursue that at some point in time. But I'm just in consideration of the workload here, when I think about year at a glance and some of the things that have been on our plate that we're trying to move forward to conclusion. I want to keep this up certainly on the list as it's represented. But I do think we need to clear our plate a little bit of some of these other items before we take on new ones relative to a year at a glance perspective. Bob Alverson spoke to some item B15 and noted that he would like to have the GMT make some workload determinations relative to high, medium, and low, and prioritized of the three that are there, adding pots as being the most important. So at a minimum, I would like to ask the GMT to give some thought to that, and in particular to the adding of the pots, and give us some sense of the workload that's associated with moving that forward. Now, as for B17, I'm aware, very aware, as we all are, of the interest of the whiting fishery to expand to the south of 42, their ability to process whiting. It has been obviously something that they have brought to us a number of times. It was part of the package to try to increase utilization for a variety of reasons that surrounded the complexity of making that change. We set it aside, believing that we could move the other pieces forward expeditiously, at least in council expeditiously terms, and that's been done. And I'm not at all dismissive of their desire to look at it. And I'm also mindful we're not debating at this point in time whether we do it or not, or whether an EFP is done or not. We're debating whether we have it on this list of potential groundfish management measure items for the groundfish management team. It is a list that we have an opportunity to look at regularly, and if things change, we can add or take off of this list as appropriate, depending on the status of the work. I think Marcy spoke to at least one that to create the 60-mile bank RCA lines is maybe one that shouldn't be on the list, but it is a list that we get to look at. And so it's not making a decision today as to whether something is on or on the list doesn't either put it in the limelight or doom it to put into some behind some wall that never to be seen again. I do think, in my mind, the consistency piece that I'm struggling with, frankly, is that, that they talked about B2 and B5, the fact that there's EFPs in place. And so given the outcome of those EFPs, there's a potential that we would want to move those into regulation. So I get that. There is that is not the case with south of 42. We don't have an EFE in place. And so I find it inconsistent, frankly, that B17 is on there with the argument that there might be an EFP and that might lead to a future regulation proposal. That's the inconsistency that I see. And I would note that whether it is on this list or not, at the end of the day, isn't going to make a difference, I don't think, because I believe that the industry is serious about developing an EFP to put forward for the council to consider and for NMFS to decide on. And I'm hopeful that that will happen. I would be supportive of having this on this list of potential regulatory measures when there is an EFP in place. And then I think it's appropriate to put it on this list. I'm not going to break my pick off over this because at the end of the day, I'm not sure it matters. But if we want to be, in my mind, if we want to be consistent about what's on this list in terms of a potential regulatory measure that we might consider in the foreseeable future, I can't imagine that we would do that without first doing an EFP and collecting information to help inform whether or not we take that step and make that regulatory recommendation. So it is my view that it should not be on the list at this time. That does not say I'm not supportive of looking at it or not supportive of having the potential of an EFP brought forward, and at such time when we review this list again, add it to the list at that time. But from a consistency perspective, I don't believe it should be on the list at this time. Those are my remarks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Phil. Couldn't agree more. Just also like to note that Brent's words are echoing in my mind on this particular point. He said, when you have an EFP, the point of the EFP is to do a test and then determine if a reg change is go or no go. So that was quite different from what I heard from Dan, which is that let's go ahead and signal the intent to make a regulatory change. So they're very different in concept in my mind. So agree with everything Phil said. What this whole discussion highlights for me is that we, I think, need to consider some more comprehensive amendments to COP19. I'm struggling with the difficulty of a one size fits all because I'm hearing the challenges that we are faced with the biennial cycle and the way that the COP is structured, that applications come to us in November with final action in June. I want to thank the council staff for raising the COP now and giving us some time to think about it, but clearly we need more time. And I appreciate the interchange with Lynn about the GMT might benefit from more time to review the COP more comprehensively and think about how we might do more than just surgically attempt to amend it. I'm thinking back 2 cycles ago on EFPs, where we received a slug of new EFP applications in November. One of those applicants is in the room right now, Wayne Cotto. And Wayne had nothing but good intention, but to build an EFP that was doable and implementable or approvable in final form by June. But the workload that would be involved in trying to build a plan and get all of the kinks worked out, figure out the observer provisions, et cetera, proved to be too ominous. And I admire Wayne for trying, just like I admire Tom Matoush for trying. But I think what it speaks to is we're working with new EFP coordinators to try to build EFPs to get them over the finish line. And that type of a process would benefit from more time and potentially an initial review with the council and where we provide some initial guidance on where improvements are needed way in advance of November. Because by November, it's really too late to be making major modifications or building major elements. I really appreciate Brent coming up here and talking about his experience over multiple EFPs. And I would consider Brent and Dan, they're experts. They know how to build an EFP in advance of a deadline like November so that it's something that we can move forward with and approve and know that the majority of the legwork is done. So I feel like we don't have a great structure in the COP to kind of deal with very different EFP considerations. I'm also thinking about the distinction between new EFP applications and renewals that is spoken to in the COP. But it does seem that it is far easier to deal with renewals that involve only slight modification compared to building a new EFP. So I think ensuring that we have differing timelines for differing types of EFPs would benefit the council process. I'm thinking about Travis's comments and the desire to get working on EFP terms in the south of 2 processing EFP, noting there's a lot of work. He mentioned some of the elements, and I agree that that's going to be a heavy lift. And just as Phil mentioned, I think we're ready to get some discussions going about that. But we need check-ins and we need a process that allows that to happen. And I feel like a more holistic look at the COP to front load opportunities for us to engage in development of EFP plans and to hear from National Marine Fisheries Service about what reviews will be needed, what analysis will be needed. that we would all benefit, if there were more check-ins, more opportunities than just the current structure that we have for November and June. So I would support putting some more, having council staff do a little more to tee up modifications to COP19 and allow for input from the GMT, the GAB, and the EC. They've provided a great starting point with the remarks they've made here today. But I don't think we're in a position to move forward with just the minor surgical amendments that we have in front of us in supplemental revised attachment 1. But I think the topic is incredibly important. And I think we all very much value what EFPs and the work that is done under them, how pivotal it is to the management of our fisheries, and how important it is, in terms of fulfilling our obligations under Magnuson to allow for new opportunities for development and testing and new science. So I think it would serve us well to spend some time to get this COP right, thinking about the varying EFP scenarios that we have dealt with in recent cycles and off cycle. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcy. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick, and thanks for all the comments that have been made before and the really good discussion that we've had already. I also want to thank the GMT for their workload and management measure list. I think just overall, it gives us a really good way to deal with groundfish workload. And so I appreciate all the work that goes into keeping this list updated, facilitating these conversations, and thinking about priorities. I want to echo Phil's comments about agenda or item number B15 in the non-prioritized list. These are the follow-on actions from the limited entry fixed gear program review. Right now, they have a TBD under the analytical workload, and I support the recommendation that the GMT do the work to identify the workload for those different items according to the priorities that Bob mentioned in his public comment. Relative to COP, I feel very much on the same page as Marcy here, and I appreciate the council staff putting out the proposed changes to COP19, but I completely agree that I think there's a lot of work to do and a lot of coordination that beyond just the GMT, including the GAP, the EC, National Marine Fisheries Service, in terms of what that COP can look like and really help this EFP process and thinking about getting a good idea tested and the opportunity to move into regulation. Even thinking about the GMT's checklist that they use at the beginning of the EFP process in November when they're evaluating EFPs and working with applicants so that they are clear about expectations of an EFP. I know I've experienced that, and I don't fault the applicants. I just think it's not very clearly laid out. And so for the timing of bringing this up now, knowing that November is when we'll look at COPs, I think it gives a good amount of time between now and perhaps June even to have some real focused work on building a better COP that helps this process for EFPs.
Thank you, Heather. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just want to start echoing Heather and agreeing with Marcy around improving our EFP process and making it stronger and essentially easier to use. It's critical for building resilience in our fisheries and adjusting to changes that we're seeing in the water. I also wanted to echo Phil's earlier comments on short belly and thank Ben for his comments. The council has noted that short belly is an important forage for salmon, seabirds, and marine mammals. Also, I very much appreciate what the whiting fleet is doing to reduce incidental catch, as well as the cap that this council put in place. I continue to be concerned about this stock. However, in light of the growing market for reduction fisheries for aquaculture, fish oil, and agriculture, the proposed Nordic aquafarms in Humboldt would be the largest on-land farm salmon facility in the world. I personally oppose this project, but should it move forward, I think it would be useful to send a clear signal that our coastal shortbelly are not an option for their feed and that they need to be available for our wild fisheries and the ecosystem that supports them. The report provided by ODF&W in November 2021 was excellent and provides a good jumping off point to begin work on this. Regarding timing, it seems like March and April are the right time to discuss taking this up. So just noting, I look forward to discussing it more then and hopefully putting on the agenda at that point. Thanks.
Thank you, Corey. Pete Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of being brief, instead of trying to state everything I agree with around the table, I haven't heard anything I disagree with the comments made regarding these items. The one that I possibly did was B17, whether or not seed processing south of 42 is on the list. Of course, in my perfect world, it would be on the list, but I heard the reasons and rationale why it's not needed there. I'm not going to argue over that. I would support it not being on the list. The point I wanted to make is I hope that does not discourage those who supported that. We heard public comment for having it on there for submitting an EFP application that would explore opportunities to process south of 42. I think it goes beyond just utilization in those fisheries. A target that was stated is to be able to fish cleaner, to fish with even lower salmon bycatch in that fishery. And I'm very interested in that potential outcome. So again, I just encourage them to continue to pursue that because through the discussion, I don't know all the processes, but I just can't see how we would get to a regulatory change or amendment that would allow processing without first going through this EFP process. So I hope that moves forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with a lot of the comments and rationale, particularly that Phil made on this. And I see there's probably a distinction without much of a difference here, or however you say that. Whether it's on the list or off the list regarding the EFP and the processing south of 42. However, I view this as it was part of a high priority process. It was the very top of the list that we were considering. And because we didn't have this information to guide us, we dropped it off the list. But I don't know if we had that information to guide us, it might have gone through. It might have been just part of the process. So I see that priority and the need as still a priority should we get the data that supports it from an EFP. But that is the first step. And I like I said, I agree with what your part is, but I do think we need to understand that it's still a priority for that mothership sector, particularly to get utilization, and that's what in the context it was used. So I'm torn. I would love to see it on the list, but I don't know if it really matters either way at this point. But I would like to understand that the council is really sending a signal to those folks that we heard testify to get started on that EFP and get that data to us, because I don't think in my mind, it has not lessened the priority to get that sector to as near full attainment as we can. So I see that. And I always look at, from a fisherman perspective, more choices to avoid bycatch, more choices, more ground to work with enables them to do the right thing. I have another comment on B15. And as we move forward with these, the stuff that was contemplated with the limited entry fixed gear, I look at the slinky pot issue, and if I'm wondering if it just pertains to the limited entry fixed gear. There are other sectors there that are prohibited from fishing with pots. And I think it behooves us to consider those and maybe have the GMT look at that, of the sectors that might be left behind if this only applies to the limited entry fixed gear tier vessels, the LAP program. So we've had requests in the past, and I don't recall, I'm not familiar enough with the sector, but there are permits out there that are only allowed to use long line and others that are allowed to use pots. And there have been requests to let those guys use pots in the past that are, and it's always been denied. So I hope we don't leave them behind. And the reason for that is because of the whale entanglements, the things that are important and that have caused Alaska particularly to move in the direction of slinky pots. So there's a lot of reasons to do it, but I would like to see them make sure we don't leave people behind and at the same time cause us more workload in the future by leaving them behind. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that, like others have stated, though I think my preference would be to have B17 on the list, I am happy to support moving forward with it not on the list, with just the idea that council remains consistent that this is a priority and that there is a process for it to come back on to this list at the appropriate time to address Phil's concern, statement about inconsistencies. I totally am in agreement that there is some inconsistencies and maybe just the lack of criteria of how and when things get added to this list, but just to make sure that in those March timeframes that we have that time to really think about what to add back onto these lists as the process with EFPs move forward. And I just want to also state my support with regards to all of the statements that have been made about COP19 and really moving that EFP process forward.
Thank you, Jessica. Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just back to the substance of the matter and consideration of an EFP for processing activity south of 42. I heard Brent suggest that probably what he would bring would be off cycle. And I guess what I am suggesting is that looking at what we have to work with right now under COP19, I'd like to see a proposal before November if the expectation is that an EFP would be reviewed and approved by us in June with an implementation date of the following January. So I think his suggestion that off cycle is what he would be working under is correct. And I think what I'm saying is that the COP we have doesn't allow the flexibility that's really needed to give us adequate time to consider, make recommendations for review, have NMFS have an opportunity through their own processes to review, and to have there be multiple steps and check-ins. So I guess just, I'm speaking to you, Brent, I'd like to see something sooner. I hope you're not feeling bound by the COP. I didn't sound like you were, but that's it. Thank you.
Merrick.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Remco, just in response to your comments, I would suggest that we make note of your desire to maybe consider an off-cycle EFP, but to bring that up more formally under the workload planning agenda item. We do have quite a full November already, and so we would need to think about that one fairly carefully.
Heather.
Well, thank you, Chair Grelnick. This is a question from RC and about the south of 42, and I'm wondering, I just want to clarify if you're just suggesting you want an early review of the EFP, not an off-cycle EFP. The council would still consider it under the normal November process. That's the first part. And then wondering if that idea, that concept is something bigger to think about in the changes to COP19. Is that something we want to think about for all EFPs, a preliminary, and I might be getting things mixed up, but some more of a preliminary type review of all COPs so that in November or when that goes forward, there's more time to think about it. So one, is this just specific to south of 42? And two, is it a bigger COP19 idea?
Marcy.
Thank you, Heather, for the question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So under the current COP, where the EFP cycle is tied to the biennial cycle, I believe we will be receiving applications for EFPs next November. It's not this November. So when I should have been clear in saying I would hope we'd have an opportunity to see an EFP of the magnitude that would that we expect to see with, proposing processing at sea south of 42. I can't see us adhering to the schedule in the COP, where we get a look at it next November and then we take final action the following June for implementation the next January. So we have used off-cycle EFPs in the past, but I don't know that we want to have every EFP application come to us off cycle. So this is kind of where the disconnect is, where, I think because we expect the issues and the workload involved with an EFP for south of 42 to not fit the cycle, how can we improve on COP19? Because what I'm saying is, the situation in this particular EFP highlights the amount of workload, because we're all aware of the discussions and analysis that would be needed. But other EFPs similarly have challenges, as I spoke to earlier with the Wayne Koto application. There was just no feasible way, when the first look that we get in November is to, develop a pilot study and have it be ready for approval in June. So I'm just suggesting that I think more thought needs to go into how we structure the cycle for EFPs, and just want to, I think one thing that will help is increasing the number of check-ins with us. I think prior to the current way we do things, we used to have an EFP agenda item in March as well as June. So I'm not sure what the solution is. I think that's where I'm looking to our advisory bodies and council staff to help us think about that. I don't have any preconceived notions about what might be best, but I'm just suggesting that I think a holistic review of the COP and thinking about some of our more recent successes and challenges with the way the cycle's designed might help us manage the workload effectively, and make it more transparent and make it easier for folks to successfully get an EFP reviewed and approved.
So I think what I'm hearing is that we need more time on COP19. That is one of our actions here, is to make a decision on that. So it seems like the decision is we need more time. There's been a fair amount of discussion. That's a separate discussion from any particular EFP that may be coming on or off cycle. We also, we have to discuss this prioritization list in which to move forward. There's been some discussion about moving, I think, B15 forward, if I understood that correctly, or not. No, I misunderstood that. There was discussion about removing B17 from this list, and I think that while there's some mixed emotions on that, and that's the general consensus, is to remove B17 from this list. Marcy?
Point of clarification, it's not on the list. It's proposed to be added.
It's proposed to be on the list. Okay, so it's in bold here as a proposal. So we're not going to add it to the list. Okay, I want to make sure I state that accurately. I want to see if there are any other, are there any things we do want to add to the list? Are there things we want to remove from the list? There was one mentioned, but I think that was just merely exemplary. I don't think it was really a proposal to remove with the 60-mile bank RCA lines. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, or Mr. Chair, sorry. I think I'm struggling with understanding when table B, like the cleanup and editing and ongoing maintenance of that table. Like, I think it resides in the GMT's coffers, but from my understanding, they don't edit it, they don't modify the language to it, they don't do anything to it unless we tell them to. And so we consider amendments, or we consider prioritization and moving things to table A in March. But I don't think we want to get ourselves into a situation where we're asking them to clean up the table every meeting. But at the same time, I'm acknowledging that there are some items on this list that probably deserve a cleanup in light of recent actions like specs. And when the time is to do that, maybe come March.
Okay, thank you. Well, let's look at the council action on the screen there. I want to make sure that if there's any further direction or guidance to be provided, that we provide that at this time under this agenda item. Phil Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So just on B15, just wanted to make sure we were clear there, or that we have consensus around the table about asking the GMT to do the workload analysis. And at least my feeling was specifically, if they would break out the piece dealing with slinky pots so that we can look at, so it's either the whole package of the three, or it's just slinky pots, just to get a sense of what that is. And I know Mr. Dooley said, was thinking about pot gear and other outs, not just the limited entry fixed gear, but my personal opinion is we're talking about the limited entry fixed gear piece here, and this is the follow-on action to our review of that lab.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. See if there's anything further. Bob Dooley?
Yeah, I'm just responding to Phil's comments, Mr. Chair, if I could. My rationale for having the GMT at least look at that, I'm not looking at an action item, but I certainly would hope it would, if we did look at the people that might be left behind, and that we may end up with a larger workload in the future because we left them behind. And that's my sensitivity to that. I know there are those folks out there. And I know this is in context of the limited entry fixed gear sector, the tier program. But it seems to me if that work is considered and we get comments from the GMT, how that might be either incorporated or not, or some future action. I just want the thought process behind it at least looked at, and I don't know what that takes. So the scope, the number of people we're talking about, and I do look at it in the conservation mode a bit with the actions that have been taken in other regions, and this action too is to, we have enough problems out there with whale entanglements and such, and hopefully maybe this could mitigate some of that. So anyhow, thank you.
Looking around for any further hands. Okay, so I'm going to turn to Todd and see if you believe you have captured, maybe you could recap it so to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So if this is what I heard regarding, we'll start at the list, the B list. The B list has the proposed project. So what I heard is that B13, which is the short belly one, would stay on the list. B17, which refers to fish, the processing south of 42, would be removed from the list, but at such a time that the council directs the team to or staff to, that it could be re-added. I also heard that for B15, which deals with the LEFG fishery, as well as the information that Mr. Dooley gave, that the GMT should provide some sort of preliminary analysis to give us an idea of what the workload could be on that particular item. And that would be brought back presumably when this agenda item is on the floor again. I also heard that for COP19, that there needs to be a much more comprehensive review of that particular COP, and also to integrate both the GMT and the GAP and EC and other folks or NMFS as well into, I guess, redesigning it so it's much more robust and much more clear about how our EFP processes work here on council. That's what I've heard, sir.
All right, let me go around the table and see if anything got missed there or any corrections. Phil?
I don't have any, well, if I had a correction, it would be that we're not taking B17 off the list. It's not being added. But Marcy already said that. We also clearly indicated that we are encouraging the industry that is interested in exploring an EFP to look at the issue about processing Pacific whiting south of 42. We're encouraging them to work on that and bring something forward for our consideration. And I know doesn't fit perfectly, but just wanted to make note that I think there was everything I heard around the table around the discussion about B17 and whether it's on or off the list was in no way meant to discourage that additional action.
All right, thank you for that. So, not seeing any other hands, I think we have concluded this agenda item. We've been at this for a couple of hours, but I think we have a short agenda item following. So I think if we can push through that agenda item and then we'll take our lunch break. Is that acceptable to everyone? Okay. So at least I hope it's a short agenda item. I've been wrong several times already today. So that's G3, and Brett Weedoff is in the staff chair, so we'll give him a moment to get seated.
Now I'm on. Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Grolick, council members, wonderful to see you all, smiling faces. And let's get started with agenda item G3, electronic monitoring update. I'll give a quick overview and then we'll turn to Mr. Anderson for his GEMPAC tech update. And then in the briefing book, we do have a gap statement as well. So let me just give a quick overview on this. We've been at this for quite some time. So back in April 2022, meeting the council's ad hoc groundfish EM policy advisory and technical advisory committees were reported on efforts to create a cost-effective method for catch accounting and intended to verify the accuracy of logbook entries. So there's a supplemental GEMTAC report back in April there. They identified some subgroups of the committees to gather together and try to work on a couple of things that were identified in that report. Those tasks have been worked through, and some of those things have been answered, but there's a couple outstanding things that we wanted to continue to work on since April. And in particular, there was a couple things about industry funding mechanisms and to evaluate some sampling, data handling, and data processing protocols. And talking about data turnaround times too, facing some challenges on that with Pacific states trying to gather their data and submit it on time and update, all the fishery participants on where they're at with their catch. So we're trying to investigate some of these things on some small subgroups, and the council here is to really hear an update on what the progress to date is, and that's what Mr. Anderson will provide to you verbally. We do want to kind of think about, is there going to be some changes to the regs that are needed? And so we're trying to think forward about what might happen in November and March, because as I noted in the situation summary, we're pretty short timeline to turn around things if we need to do a regulatory amendment. So we're looking to get together sometime after this September meeting and gather the GEMPAC TAC together to kind of go over the subgroups information, and then we'll figure out, do we need a regulatory amendment, and we need to put one together and scope that out during that GEMPAC TAC meeting, and then present that in November. So it's a quick turnaround time there. And then we'd need to take a final preferred, or final action in March. So as I note, providers and interested individuals in this program, they're going to need this information by June and October because there's some deadlines for applying to participate in the following year. So we're trying to get all this gathered together to possibly get that on the books. And if there is any changes needed in the manuals or that guide work in the EM realm, we need to get that taken care of and buttoned up, because January 1, 2024 is right around the corner, and that's when we'd like to see the EM program go live. So your council action today is really just to receive the program overview, including updates on the funding mechanism and catch handling requirements and data submission and processing timelines, and then just provide some guidance on next steps. So I can take some questions on that general overview, and once we're done with that, we can turn to Mr. Anderson.
All right. Are any questions on the overview? And if not, I'll turn to Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Brett, for the overview. In putting this report together, those of you who want a really short report are going to get more than you want. Those of you who want to get a really long report are going to get less than you want. But, those of us who have been engaged in this issue I want to make sure that we do our level best to kind of catch everybody up around the table about where we are. I hope I don't eat into your lunch hour. Just in looking back at November of 2021, at that council meeting, the council reconstituted the Groundfish Electronic Monitoring and Policy and Technical Advisory Committees. The council charged them with finding solutions to the issues that have been identified by industry associated with the draft implementing regulations. And in short, we were trying to start with a fresh look at the program to see if there were solutions to the biggest issues the council and the advisory bodies and the industry has brought forward. the committees, these two have really operated as a single committee. They began their work and they've met twice in joint sessions, beginning with their first meeting that was held back in the first week of February. Our first meeting, kind of the first order of business was to reach agreement around the table about what we were trying to do. And that was to try to have an EM program that is more cost-effective method to verify that logbook entries are accurate than a system that relies on having human observers on board. And before we could really make any meaningful progress on that, we identified several key outstanding NMFS policy issues that needed resolution or clarification. We also identified several other issues that we needed to address. And a short list of those include the cost recovery funding decision. We needed NMFS to make a definitive decision on whether cost recovery funds can be used to fund industry costs associated with EM. Regarding the sole source contracting decision, we needed a clear decision from NMFS on whether the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission can be used as a sole source contractor for video review and data storage. And in terms of the PFMC participation, we needed to identify a pathway that is satisfactory to the commission that allows industry funding to offset PFMC costs for video review and data storage. And relative to the use of exempted fishing permits, which is how we've had this implemented this program thus far, we need to understand whether we had an option to extend the EFP beyond 2023 in the event we needed more time. And of course, we're all aware we've asked for several extensions to get us to this point, and we've received that. We also had issues associated with sampling, data handling, processing protocols that we needed to resolve, those outstanding issues. And in particular, there's one about the time for the data turnaround. And in terms of interim funding, we needed to discuss and resolve any interim funding issues associated with 2022 and 2023. So at the committee's second meeting that was held the last week of March, we heard and discussed the responses from NMFS on the key policy questions, and let me run through what those were. So on the cost recovery program funding decision, NMFS has informed us that they had determined that absent a change in current catch share policy, that catch share funds may not be used to offset EM program costs that industry is responsible for. Relative to the sole source contracting decision, PFMC can be used as a sole source provider, but only if those funds come from National Marine Fisheries Service. On the third question about the use of EFPs beyond 2023, the answer was, while not completely out of the realm of possibility, given some new circumstance, NMFS indicated they would not support this as an option for 2024. The fourth question on the update from PFMC, they indicated that their costs would be increasing to an estimate of $600,000 in 2023. That was up from $500K in 2022 due to the need to hire additional reviewers for the West Coast program. After receiving those reports, we turned our attention back to two major topic areas. One was how to maintain the option for Pacific states to still provide the video review and data storage when the industry funded program begins in 2024. And the second one was whether there were any changes to the program that could be brought to the council for consideration that would reduce the cost burden on industry. And to get at those issues, we created two smaller subgroups to look into each one of those main topic areas. The first subgroup focused on the issues associated with funding and how Pacific states could continue to provide the services that they had under the EM program that was operating under the EFP. The subcommittee met with PFMC's leadership, including their new leader, Barry Tom, along with their senior staff to discuss a mechanism to allow Pacific states to accept industry funds in the event that NMFS was no longer appropriated funds for video review. There were two issues here. First was to develop a mechanism for industry to provide funds to PSMFC while maintaining an arm's length relationship to avoid any appearance of a conflict of interest, and how to incorporate and manage funds from federal sources. So you could have a situation where a portion of the funding was coming from federal sources, a portion of it was coming from industry sources, or all from federal sources. As an example, how do we go about doing that? Here I want Pacific States brought us a proposal for us to look at. I want to acknowledge the contribution of PSMFC, their leadership, in particular, Mr. Tom, to look for creative solutions that allow PSMFC to continue its role in the EM implemented under a federal regulation. And I think we're going to have a pathway to suggest to do that. The second subgroup took on the task of taking a critical look into the third-party regulations and guidelines and the thing we call the manual to look at for potential cost savings associated to the program. There's an important distinction here between the cost-saving measures that are directly tied to the EM program and cost savings that may be identified through the review of the CatchShare program review that is also being undertaken by the council. Specifically, the second subgroup is looking at potential cost savings associated with matters such as the turnaround time. Right now, we're at a 3-week turnaround time. That the faster you want it, the more it costs. How imperative is it to have that short turnaround time? Also, they're looking at NMFS secondary review, that so-called audit. The creation of the independent audit shop within National Marine Fisheries Service adds a significant cost to what is currently the cost of the current program. So is there an alternative that is less costly, and particularly looking at experienced providers such as PSMFC as relative to maybe new providers, maybe those that have a history, that the audit requirements would be less or maybe none at all. And then they're also looking at the business rules for what species and situations trigger what we're calling a failure, recognizing, or the pass-fail piece, recognizing that some species that are discarded have very low ACL attainment rates. So that we need to look at, well, what that pass-fail rate relative to the status of the resource and whether it really makes, how much difference does it make? And then finally, the 100% review requirement. And right now, under the EFP, PSMFC is doing 100% of video review. Is that necessary? Can we get away with something less than that and thereby reduce costs? And then finally, of course, as Mr. Wiedoff mentioned, the other key question is whether any amendments to the current regulations will be needed. Remember, we were able to pause the regulation, take a look at it, potentially propose some modifications to it. So the committee is going to work with National Marine Fisheries Service following the reports from our subcommittees and the meeting of our two committees jointly. And following that, we will be providing a report and a recommendation in terms of making that determination of whether or not any new regulations are in fact needed. So looking ahead, we are planning to provide a more complete report at the November council meeting that will include any recommendations we may have and information intended to help inform a council discussion relative to the need to start looking at a range of alternatives for changes to the current regulations and/or changes to the guidelines. So, Mr. Chairman, lots to do in a relatively short period of time. I'm going to be working with Brett here this week to try to get out. We've got to identify some meeting times here for our committee between now and April that allow us time to further explore these pieces so that we're prepared to come back to the council. Of course, Mr. Dooley is also a part of the committee. He may have some additional thoughts or comments to add to my report. And I'm happy to try to answer any questions. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you very much for that report. Let's see if there are any questions or whether Bob Dooley wants to supplement that report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Phil, for that complete report. I think you hit all the right spots, and there's been a lot we're like a duck on a pond. There's been a lot of movement under the water. And I think we're moving to a good place, a lot of work to do. I would say that the question about, whether we need regulation changes or not really lies in the, the product of what we end up with of our proposals. But mostly what I'm seeing so far, there may not be regulatory changes. Some of these could be made in the manuals and the guidelines that don't require that. They could be internal adjustments. So that's what we're really trying to focus on, is that, that tight timeline to get regulations in the hopper, and that process started should they be needed. So that I'll stop there, but I really appreciate the great report, Phil. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Bob. Frank Lockhart.
Just one question of clarification. I was writing furiously, so I might have gotten a couple dates mixed up, but just wanted to confirm. I thought I heard you say that the GEMPAC intends to bring forth any regulatory changes to the council in November?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Lockhart, thanks for the question. So what we're intending to do is if there's a need to develop a range of alternatives relative to an amendment to the regulations, that we would bring that forward at that time. And I just FYI, I shared my report with Mr. Wolf, and he gave me a thumbs up on the content of my report.
All right. Any further questions on that overview report? And if we can finally conclude this item, it would be terrific. All right. Thanks for that. And so we do have a gap report. And Brent Payne, come on back up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to just read the agenda item G3A, supplemental gap report number 1 for this meeting. First of all, I want to just start my comments by thanking Merrick and Mike for allowing me to sit in as a substitute for Ruth Christensen. The council's policy to allow substitutions on the gap is beneficial, especially if we're busy. So I appreciate that. And secondly, thank to Mr. Anderson for all of his hard work to look at this issue on the EM program in his report today. So the gap received reports from Mr. Weedoff and then myself as a member of the GEMPAC, and then regarding the updates on this and reviewing of electronic monitoring implementation issues and possible suggested changes to this new program. The GAP appreciates the work being done by the GEMPAC and the council and sees this as beneficial to finding solutions to problems that were identified during the original amendment and rulemaking process. It's the GAP's understanding that the following topics are being discussed and developed by the subgroups. I mean, Mr. Anderson did a great job there. The collecting of funds to pay for PAC states review, looking at the full 100% video review, if you can lessen that. The 3-week turnaround issue with data review by the data reviewer, in this case, PAC states, maybe taking a look and reviewing the EM manual. And then lastly, the level of audit by the agency of a video reviewer's work. So I'll just paraphrase those. I don't need to spend too much time on that. So we acknowledge that there's no council action at this time with this agenda item, and that scheduled for potential action at the November meeting. The GAP urges the council and the GEMPAC to stay on task in developing recommendations that will achieve the stated goals of the EM program. The GAP also urges the council and NIMS and interested members of the public to continue to work towards finding efficiencies in the EM program that would make it more cost effective. So thank you. I can answer any questions if you like.
Thank you very much for summarizing your report. Are there any questions of the GAP? Great, thank you very much. Well, that concludes our reports. We don't have any public comment. So that takes us to any council discussion we may have. I will say this is the most optimistic report I've heard in a while on EM, so that's great. But let's see if there's any discussion around the table on this agenda item. I'm not seeing any hands. Maybe that means folks want to go to lunch, but I don't know if we need to provide any guidance at this stage. It sounds like a roadmap's been laid out. Unless folks want to comment on that. Vice Chair Pettinger.
Yeah, I just, I bet the progress you've made here in the last 6 months, 7 months is exceptional. It's great to see, and just like the direction we're headed, and it'd be nice to see put this one to bed and get it off our slate. So, but just outstanding work by the committee.
Bill Anderson.
Well, I appreciate that, but frankly, we're behind. We are behind where we should have been by this time, and we have we've got a lot to do here in a short period of time to be ready for November. But I appreciate comment. I'm kind of I think of myself as a glass half full. So I try to be optimistic, and I am optimistic because I think there are going to be some good changes from where we were a year ago in November. But the committee, we've got a lot of work to do. So, but thanks.
All right. Anything further from the council on this agenda item? Mr. Weedoff, how are we doing?
I think we're good. You got the program overview and the update and where we're at. So we'll look forward to scheduling something for November. If it's not already on the air at a glance, I think we've already maybe drafted something, but at any rate, I think this closes the agenda item.
All right. Well, thanks everyone. So we'll take our lunch break here. We'll be back at 1 o'clock, if that's okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. We'll get started here in a moment. We have the good fortune of 2 more groundfish items this afternoon. All right, I think we're missing one person, but we'll get started anyway. This is agenda item G4, and John DeVore is our staff officer. So, and John, when you're ready, you can give us an overview.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. Agenda item G5 concerns stock definitions update.
We're on G4.
Oh, I'm getting way ahead of myself. Sorry. Well, let me start over. And agenda item G4 concerns methodology review topic selection for groundfish matters. When at the briefing book deadline, we did not have any proposals for new methodology reviews to be reviewed next year. But subsequent to the briefing book deadline, we do have one proposal from the GMT to evaluate some changes to the sablefish daily trip limit model. And you'll see in your supplemental reports from both the SSC and the GMT, they speak to that. In addition to that matter, there is also part of the SSC report is a report with their recommendations from the June workshop on modeling hook and line survey data and how to condition indices based on those data. And they primarily looked at the NMFS Southern California rockfish survey, hook and line survey. And so they have their recommendations, and then the workshop report is appended to their statement. In addition to that, in June, they also did a methodology review of the species distribution model in Template Model Builder, and the SSC recommendations are contained in their G4 report as well. So the task here is to decide which methodology review topics should go forward for consideration. This is a preliminary decision on that part. And in November, final topic selection is scheduled for your consideration. So the reports that I mentioned, the supplemental reports, are the only ones that you have to inform your decision here, and that's one from the SSC and one from the GMT. I guess I did forget to say that it probably would be a good part of the action here to adopt the recommendations on the hook and line survey data modeling and the species distribution model as endorsed by the SSC. That should be part of your decision here too. So if there's no further confusion, of course, I tried to sow those seeds by starting off with G5, but now that we know that we're on G4, if there's no more questions to me on that, I suggest that we take the advisory body reports.
All right, thanks very much for that, John. Are there any questions of John on the overview? Jessica Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, can you just direct me again where to find the recommendations for the hook and line in the model? You said it was appended to the supplemental report, or where is it appended to?
Oh, you know what? I don't think that made it into the record, and I think that's my bad. But I will make sure that it's available to you. But the SSC in their main body of their report does does have that. I apologize for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? And if not, we'll go to the SSC report. And I see Dan Holland is with us. Welcome, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'll be reading agenda item G4A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Methodology Review. The SSC reviewed the meeting report from the SSC Groundfish Subcommittee's June 2022 workshop on methods for standardizing hook and line survey indices of abundance and methodology review of the species distribution model and template model builder, SDM TMB software. The SSC recommends adopting the subcommittee report and endorses the use of SDM TMB software for index standardization in 2023 assessments and beyond. The SDM TMB software performed as expected with results similar to the previously endorsed vector autoregressive spatial temporal model software VAST used for index standardization. The SSC recommends that the 2023 accepted practices guidelines for stock assessments, which is a compilation of guidelines for groundfish and coastal pelagic species stock assessment scientists, be updated with the recommended practices for standardizing hook and line survey data in the workshop report. And finally, the council research priorities should be updated to reflect the future research recommendations developed during the workshop. The groundfish management team has adjusted the sablefish daily trip limit model used for in-season management to address problems with model predictions. The SSC supports use of the adjusted model for actions this year, but recommends the model go through a formal review next year. That concludes the SSC report, and I'll have to take questions.
All right, thank you, Dan. Are there any questions on the SSC report? Or Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you go ahead and give me a brief summary of the recommended practices for the standardization of the hook and line survey data for that workshop report, just since that's part of the action here, and I don't have that in front of me. Thank you.
Well, a brief summary would be really difficult because it's not brief. I mean, there's quite a lot of detailed discussion and a number of sort of detailed discussions in it. Detailed recommendations and kind of questions posed. I'm not really sure how to summarize it other than to say there's nothing in there that suggests big problems with what's being done or major changes I think that had to be made. It's just sort of a usual, a set of guidelines to kind of improve use of these of the survey and how it's used. I'm not sure how to answer that better. I mean, we didn't really discuss this in detail. The SSC didn't discuss this in detail. We basically, kind of looked through the report and approved the report. So I'm not sure I can do a lot more. I mean, we could go through some of them, I suppose, if you'd like, but I'm not sure how to summarize them.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions of the SSC? Thank you, Dan. We now we'll hear from the Groundfish management team. Whitney Roberts, welcome.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Whitney Roberts. For the record, I'll be reading agenda item G4A, Supplemental GMT Report 1. The Groundfish management team reviewed the briefing book material available under this agenda item, as well as Council Operating Procedure 25, and discussed priorities for the 2023 Impact Projection Methodology Review, including some brief discussion with the Scientific and Statistical Committee. The guidelines outlined in COP 25 include which methodological changes would or would not warrant SSC review. Examples of issues that could merit a full review include new model algorithms, methods for incorporating base data into models, catch forecasting methods for major PFMC stocks, and technical changes to stock complexes or conservation objectives. Examples of issues that do not merit full review include updating existing data sets and models, adding new stocks to models, and changing data ranges used to estimate parameters in models. Issues in this latter category will be reviewed within the GMT and can be implemented without formal review by the SSC and approval of the Council, provided both the Council and SSC receive updates on such changes. However, if warranted, the Council may require additional review by the SSC. The GMT is bringing forward one impact projection model for potential SSC review, the Sablefish Trip Limit Model, which I am rebranding, formerly called the Daily Trip Limit Model, which is used to project sablefish landings in the limited entry fixed gear and open access sectors. The GMT uses the model to adjust sablefish trip limits in season as needed, as well as to project annual landings during the harvest specifications and management measures process. This model has not been reviewed for several cycles. The STL model independently projects fleet-wide landings for each of the 4 limited entry fixed gear and open access sectors north and south of 36 degrees north latitude. For example, to project fleet-wide sablefish landings in the limited entry fixed gear sector north of 36 north latitude, a simple linear regression predicting landings per vessel under status quo methods uses the weekly and bi-monthly trip limits as predictor variables, while a separate linear regression predicting number of vessels participating in the fleet uses the weekly trip limit and inflation-adjusted price per pound of sablefish as predictor variables. The projections of these two models are then multiplied to predict fleet-wide landings. In recent years, sablefish annual catch limits and consequently sablefish trip limits have been increasing. Simultaneously, vessel participation has dropped in all sectors, largely due to market and infrastructure-related impacts, some of which were related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Given the co-occurring yet unrelated trends in sablefish ACLs and market impacts, the model currently predicts that higher trip limits lead to lower participation. This runs counter to the GMT's understanding of the fishery dynamics and is unrealistic based on discussions with industry. The GMT plans to investigate these issues as well as other potential improvements to the model, such as using nonlinear regressions. Therefore, a review of the STL model may be warranted in 2023. And with that, I'll take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of the GMT report? All right, I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. That completes our reports. And I don't think there's any public comment, and council staff confirms. So that takes us to our council action here. Identify preliminary methodology review topics for 2023 and adopt any new methodologies recommended by the SSC. We can take them in that order. We have a suggestion from the GMT and we have some recommendations from the SSC. So let's see, we have any discussion or direction from the council here? Are we simply willing to adopt what's in our reports? Need some direction. Oh, Marcy Remco, thank you.
Sure, thank you. It sounds to me like the SSC and GMT have communicated effectively and worked through their plans. Some things are ripe for consideration for 2023 and some are not. And it sounds like they agree and sounds like they've done some good work here. So I see that it seems like we can support the recommendations that come out of both reports. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Marcy. Is there any disagreement with that or anything further folks want to bring up under this agenda item? Well, I don't want to drag this out. So if we don't see any hands and we're all on the same page here, I'll turn to Mr. DeVore and see how we're doing on this agenda item.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So from my understanding of that conversation, you've agreed with the recommendations of the SSC regarding use of the hook and line survey data and the use of the species distribution model. And you've also recommended for further consideration in November the sablefish trip limit model proposed by the GMT. And with that understanding, you have completed this agenda item.
All right, thanks very much, John. So I think that we'll now get where John wanted to go 15 minutes ago, and that's agenda item G5, but I will pass the gavel to Vice Chair Pete Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Get started on our last item for today. So I'll just turn it right over to John and give us a summary of this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Excuse me, John, can we wait 1 minute? We've got some changes at the table here. Sorry, I didn't allow for that. So from California, we have Ms. Caroline McKnight joining us, and for Washington, it looks like Mr. Corey Niles will be at the table. I think those are the only changes.
I think it's your first time at the table.
And yes, the chair just reminded me, welcome Caroline, your first time at the table.
Thank you very much.
This is a very kind council.
Mostly.
All right, John, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. As I stated 15 minutes ago, agenda item G5 pertains to stock definitions update, and this is a consideration for Amendment 31 to the Groundfish Fishery Management Plan, which concerns defining stocks, including their area delineations in the FMP in order to allow NMFS to make status determinations for assessed stocks. And by status determinations, to be clear, it's understanding the relative depletion of the stock and whether it's subject to overfishing or not. And these are, of course, mandates of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And we had an initial scoping at the last meeting in June. And the scoping document that provided some background information at that meeting is hyperlinked in the situation summary here. In addition to that, we, council staff, put together attachment 1, which is a decision roadmap, which outlines some of the considerations and some of the recommended priorities that came forward in June. And some proposes a purpose and need statement and a timeline for decision making. There are 3 main decisions that we're asking the council to make under this agenda item at this meeting. The first is to adopt a purpose and need statement. A draft purpose and need statement was provided in that attachment 1, and we encouraged advisory bodies to look at that and recommend either that statement or a version of that statement for the council's consideration. The second decision we're asking the council make is to approve the decision, a decision-making timeline. The one that's in attachment 1 recommends a preliminary preferred alternative by November of this year. And this is to allow stock assessment scientists to prepare 2023 assessments. Excuse me, let me qualify that. It's a preliminary preferred alternative for stocks to be assessed next year. And we're asking for that in November so that assessment scientists can conduct their stock assessments and report status according to the preferred stock definitions for the stocks to be assessed next year. The rest of the decision-making timeline has the council making a preliminary preferred alternative decision for all stocks that are considered in Amendment 31 next spring, either in March or April, and a final preferred alternative decided in June of next year. The third decision that we're asking the council to make under this agenda item is to list those stocks that should be prioritized for Amendment 31. As we discussed in June, there's consideration for defining all stocks that are in need of conservation management in the FMP eventually, but we contemplated that this would be done in phases or in different amendments. And Amendment 31, we're recommending to meet that decision-making timeline that we prioritize those stocks that were assessed last year. Status determinations have yet to be made for those stocks, and those stocks to be assessed next year. And then there's some consideration for some other stocks to be carried in Amendment 31 that for you, and recommendations from different advisory bodies speak to that. I wanted really underscore the need for decisions made today under this agenda item to align with decisions to be made, I believe that's tomorrow, under agenda item G7, which is the final stock assessment plan for stocks to be assessed next year. So so we want to make sure that the final plan is going to be consistent with the direction you're going to be leaning for stock definitions for stocks to be assessed next year. And the different advisory bodies speak to that, and attachment 2 under this agenda item provides a lot of information from the Northwest Fishery Science Center to help inform that decision, on stock definitions for those stocks in particular. And then further, the materials in agenda item G7 should be looked at as well to fully understand that interconnection between G5 and G7. So with that, I think I've completed the overview. Again, those 3 decision points should be at the forefront of your mind as you go through your deliberations today. And if there are a few supplemental reports, let me go over that before I ask for questions. The SSE has a supplemental report here, the GMT and the GAP as well. So I believe that and the advanced materials you had in the briefing book, which were the decision roadmap attachment 1 and the Northwest Fishery Science Center white paper in attachment 2 and the situation summary. And those are all the materials to inform your decision today. So with that, I will take any questions you might have.
Right. Any questions for John on this? Looking around the table online, I'm not seeing any. So I think we'll move into our presentation and reports. And first on the list, I have a presentation from NMFS, I believe is Chantel Wetzel is giving that. Sorry, out of order. John.
Excuse me, I think Dr. Jim Hasty, who's online, will be giving that report.
Okay. Jim, are you online to give that report? Do we see him? I'm not seeing him as a panelist here.
I don't see him as an attendee either.
I don't see him on the attendee list. John?
Perhaps we should go a little bit out of order and maybe take the SSC report, and in the meantime, we can try to get Dr. Hasty or Dr. Wetzel to provide their presentation.
All right, thank you. Let's see if we have the SSC online. That would be Jason Schaffler.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I am here to read Agenda Item G5A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Stock Definitions Update. The Scientific and Statistical Committee discussed scoping for Amendment 31 to the Pacific Coast Groundfish Fishery Management Plan, as well as the documents prepared for this agenda item under Agenda Item G5 Attachments 1 and 2. As in the SSC's June 2022 statement on this agenda item, defining stocks through an amendment to the Groundfish FMP involves a combination of scientific and policy considerations, and the SSC limited discussion to the scientific considerations only. The SSC continues to endorse a multi-phase approach for establishing stock definitions, recognizing the need for decisions in the relatively near future for species assessed in 2021 and those that are planned for assessment in 2023. The decision roadmap provided in Agenda Item G5 Attachment 1 seems adequately defined with respect to the need for Amendment 31, given that an FMP is necessary to implement previous SSC recommendations regarding stock assessment results and status determinations. The SSC also agrees that Table 1 in Attachment 1 provides an appropriate starting point for a number of additional species in the FMP that is consistent with historical management approaches and presumed stock structure assumptions. The SSC recognizes that some modifications to these stock definitions may be appropriate, such as Pacific Ocean perch area designations discussed in the document, as some area definitions may be management or assessment artifacts. The SSC recognizes that while it is unlikely that new data or information will be available to inform stock structure decisions for these and other stocks in the near term, there is likely benefit in improved organization and interpretation of existing insights and data to support upcoming decisions. This would include a synthesis of approaches taken by other regional fishery management councils in addressing these questions. Consequently, the SSC continues to be supportive of a working group or team to compile and synthesize such information. With respect to the proposed timeline for a preferred preliminary alternative for copper and black rockfish stock structure in November, the SSC notes that this provides very little time for any formal or informal effort to synthesize information to support these decisions. The SSC continues to recommend that stock assessments be conducted as consistently as possible with the likely or tentative stock definitions suggested by stock assessment analysts, recognizing the benefits of stratifying assessments at finer scale spatial areas when appropriate. Past SSC recommendations have generally been consistent with the recognition that nearshore rockfish are more likely to have fine scale stock structure than shelf or slope groundfish species. Consequently, the SSC concurs with the recommendations of assessment analysts with respect to stock boundaries for copper and black rockfish, who have discussed the available information to inform stock structure in the relevant assessment documents. Analysts have subsequently structured these and many other nearshore rockfish assessments around state boundaries and indicated the likelihood of at least some level of stock structure among those areas. The briefing materials for this agenda item did not suggest any basis for reconsideration of previous recommendations regarding likely or plausible stock structure of nearshore rockfish. And that concludes my statement, Mr. Vice Chair.
All right, thank you, Jason. Are there any questions for Jason on the SSC report? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And thanks, Jason. And thanks to the SSC. I really like the statement. Appreciate that second to last paragraph in particular. On your last paragraph about how the assessors have structured their assessments, and I'm thinking about copper rockfish south of 36. Can you line those up with me? The assessors chose to treat them separately, but then the SSC last year said they could be combined. There was maybe some boundary, but maybe not enough independence between the two areas to call them just separate stocks. So yeah, can you elaborate on the thought there?
I would ask if Mr. DeVore could elaborate on that, please.
John, can you answer that?
Sure. So in the case of how area models are conducted in stock assessments, what the SSC is saying is that you can certainly aggregate the results of different area models to the area specified in the stock definition. But the point is that you got to make sure that that those models aggregate up to that exact area and that there's no post reapportionment or anything like that, because status is determined based on the area model itself for the full area. So in the case of copper rockfish last year, there were two models in California, north and south of Point Conception. The SSC recommended that you could, if you wanted to define the stock as a California state stock, combine the results of those two area models to do so. The reason that that the G7 became an agenda item at this meeting is we wanted to be sure that if that was the stock assessment plan for 2023, that could only work if the council was not going to consider a stock definition north and south of 4010, in which case the assessment would have to be done differently in 2023. So that the copper rockfish example, I hope that those trade-offs there answer your question, Mr. Niles.
Hey, Corey.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, John. Yeah, well, I think we can look forward to the synthesis and coming up to answer some of these questions, because it's still a bit inconsistent to me, but inconsistent and being just confusion probably. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions for Jason on the SSC report? And I don't see, oh, I'm sorry, Jessica Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Jason, for this report. In the report, the SSC mentions with the proposed timeline for PPA for copper and black rockfish stock structure in November, that this is little time for any formal or informal effort to synthesize information for these decisions. And did the SSC have any conversation on what information could be formalized to assist in the selection of PPA in November?
We had very brief discussion on that, which revolved mostly around that there's information.
Jason, we can't hear you. It's very faint.
Is this better, Mr. Chair?
It's just slightly better.
Okay, let me see if I can speak up.
That's better.
The SSC had very brief discussions around that mostly revolved around looking at what information was available in previous assessment documents.
Thank you.
Did that answer your question, Jessica? Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, John.
Yeah, thank you. And to elaborate on Jason's answer, there was also a discussion of socioeconomic analyses that could be used to inform this decision. And part of the timing discussion is that we wouldn't practically have enough time between now and the November briefing book deadline to get that far into the analysis that you'll ultimately would help inform your decision on this. So that was part of it as well.
All right, thank you. Further questions? I will look very carefully. Yes, Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. John, just for clarification, were you saying that the SSC was not able to provide any additional information for decision-making for just the species that we're talking about selecting the PPA in November, or were you suggesting they didn't have time for any of them as indicated in the species list in that first attachment? Thank you.
No, excuse me, there certainly is, some further analysis and information that can be provided before November. And, we have already been in discussions with, different scientists about that, but all of the types of analyses that people are contemplating to help inform this decision can't be done by November. So you will get some additional information, I anticipate, for your November decision, but further analysis will be warranted after November.
All right, thank you. Further questions? And I'm not seeing any at this time. So we're going to go back to the Science Center report. We do have Jim Hasty online now. So Jim, assuming you're out there, you can proceed with your presentation.
Yeah, my sound quality seems like it's been going in and out a little bit. So let me know if it deteriorates, and maybe Chantel can pick up for me. Can Sandra present so I'm not using bandwidth for that?
Yes, it's up on our screen here, and right now you sound good, so keep going.
Okay. For whatever reason, I'm not seeing the presentation here, so I'll bring it up on my screen. And so going to slide 2 there, I'll be speaking to the G5 attachment 2 that was in your briefing book. As we understand it, you're not going to make any formal decisions on the issue at this meeting, but we're certainly hoping that we can move in that direction and help prepare your thinking for making a preliminary preferred decision in November. What that decision is for copper rockfish will have important consequences for the assessments that we're able to do and how those reviews get conducted next year. And certainly would emphasize that any changes in the planning for copper or other species occurring after November would likely have a negative impact on the development of those assessments and the time to reorganize what needs to be done. As we understood it at the time of submitting this document, the one option that would really ensure that we could do the suite of species as tentatively adopted in June was to have a boundary, a stock boundary at 42 degrees, potentially with another one that would correspond to the division between Washington and Oregon at 46. But that's what we were looking at the time. And so the table that we've included in the document, if you can go to the next slide, Sandra, presents kind of the simplest cases that range from having a coast-wide stock definition for copper rockfish to north and south of 42 degrees at the California-Oregon border to now north and south of 4010, and then describing what assessments in each of the cases, we'd be looking at 2 assessments off the California area, though the northern boundary would obviously be a little different if there were a 40-10 dividing line. But then what the options are, what's required to go along with the southern assessments in the north, we saw at least, based on prior discussions, would depend on whether we had a coastwide or some stock units defined within a coastwide area. And so I can come back to this later in questions if that's desired, but I think I'll move forward to the next slide here, Sandra, on stock area considerations. Just to note quickly, most of our deeper water species have been assessed and managed at coastwide scales. There are a few species where where research has identified through genetic analysis areas of differentiation in the North Coast from the South Coast. And for lingcod and yellowtail rockfish in particular, those genetic areas of maximum differentiation were occurring in Northern California, perhaps not precisely at 4010, but in that vicinity. But we don't have that kind of detailed, comprehensive analysis for many other species. Certainly, I'm not aware of any in the near shore. The management of species within complexes has been commonly split north and south of 4010. But again, management areas are different, or not always needing to be quite the same as stock boundaries, though you certainly want some degree of aggregatability up into those stock boundaries areas. And then finally noting that of the species, the nearshore species for which we've conducted full assessments, they've generally had a central coast break in at 42 degrees rather than, there's a couple that have been divided at 4010, but most of them have had a division at the Oregon-California border. Next slide. And then obviously where we do have strong indication of genetic differentiation, that's going to provide a good rationale for specifying different stock units. But we don't have that, as I mentioned, for most of our species. But we can look to other evidence to help us define areas that are behaving differently. And so if we see notable differences in the observed or estimated population dynamics between the North and the South, you know, we always see some differences. We commonly do see some differences in growth. The question is, how significant are those differences? How much do they impact the performance of the stock to various levels of harvest? Do we see differences in maturity or fecundity? Do we see differences in recruitment success? So those kinds of factors could be influential in establishing different stock areas. How much latitudinal mixing is there either at larval stages or adult stages that would contribute to genetic mixing along the coast? Do we have really notable differences in historical rates of exploitation, either because of the amount of fishing effort or say something like off Washington where commercial fishing hasn't been allowed within state waters for several decades? And then another issue that from the assessment standpoint is often an important factor in how assessments get structured is the consistency, the continuity of data within a modeled stock area. And commonly, I think that has been a contributing factor for many of these nearshore species in having a dividing line at the Oregon-California boundary, and often also having a separate Washington model relative to Oregon. And so then finally, looking not just at one or two species in isolation, but thinking farther ahead about boundary consistency across coincidentally caught or jointly managed species. And compromises may well be needed in order to achieve that consistency. So what boundaries, if any, are going to promote the greatest consistency in our thinking there? And so, Sandra, next slide. With that, I'll end and take any questions.
All right. Thank you, Jim. Any questions for Dr. Hasty? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Jim. On slide 3, your table, I think it was slide 3.
Yes.
I guess in going through the materials, I maybe reached a conclusion that if this is a question of whether California copper could be a full assessment for California only while using the information from the 2021 assessments for Oregon and Washington. And I guess I was under the impression that to update the 2021 Oregon and Washington would have come out of a cost of, I think Rexol is what we've heard, or maybe another assessment. But now I'm looking at this table more closely. Like if you were to do a full assessment for the California area and just updates of the Oregon and Washington assessments, what would be the cost of that in terms of other species assessments? Hope that's clear, but if not, I can restate.
Thank you for the question, Corey. And a lot of this is kind of speculative because we don't know what sort of issues we're going to run into. I'm a little concerned because we only have one, FTE person from NMFS assigned to each of the black rockfish areas, although we are expecting some additional help with the California and Oregon ones from people who don't commonly have major responsibilities for doing assessments. We do have, Chantel and I were talking this morning, and I think that we feel like if we had to just turn the crank on updating the 21 assessments for Oregon and Washington, that we could probably do that and not sacrifice a whole lot. If we had, in the case where we had a 40-10 boundary where we'd have to make some more changes and converting the Oregon model to an Oregon plus Northern California, I think that would cost us Rexol. But while our preference, I think, if we had 2 stock areas north and south of 42, I think we'd be fine with just for the time being evaluating the status in the north, at the point at which those prior assessments were conducted in 2021. If we're looking at a coast-wide stock definition, and I think, there's a little, perhaps some lack of clarity about what the SSC is willing to support in that regard. It seems to be probably more likely the case that they would prefer to have those northern assessments be done in the same year as the southern ones for a coast-wide status evaluation. And so if that were the case, I think we could do that and still keep everything else on the table. What we might want to do, though, is come back to you in November with a more solid plan, or perhaps we could talk more about that tomorrow, and I'll try and review that situation again, and perhaps I can have another slide to share or something that would speak to that under G7.
Okay, thank you. John, did you have something to add to that?
Just perhaps a little bit of a warning that we're really getting into the G7 agenda item, which is covered tomorrow. And I do note that there's a little bit more clarity on some of these questions in the G7 material that you'll be seeing. So I think at this stage, we should really just be thinking about stock boundaries and trying to make sure that, the way you're tending to go, or what your preference may be for stocks to be assessed next year, will align with your decisions tomorrow. But other than that, I don't think we should get too far into G7 at this today.
Yes, thank you for that reminder. There's a strong linkage between G7 and this one, but let's focus on stock definitions, items related to that. So are there further questions for Dr. Hasty? Corey.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, like you led off in the overview, John, these are connected, so it helps think through these. So thanks for the answer, Jim. I guess one question on your last slide, and this is more maybe a question for that I hope gets taken up as part of our, between now and we're finished. But on your third to last, or maybe your second and third to last bullet there, I guess something that didn't really occur to me very clearly until this last cycle was, yeah, you mentioned the difference in Washington. I really appreciated the approach of looking at Washington and our areas differently, because the trends would be presumed to be different without having nearshore commercial fisheries. But I guess that doesn't necessarily, I can see that's a reason for doing the assessment at that area unit. But it doesn't necessarily mean that there's no connection between the populations in those areas. Just something, if you could react to that, or if not, we can, again, I think let's hope that's an area of investigation that we go forward with.
Yeah, I think my inclination is to resist the temptation to think that the only basis for having different stock status areas is genetics. That there can be other factors that legitimately form the basis for making, for establishing stock boundaries. And, different rates of exploitation can give rise to very different status levels in the present time, and different types of exploitation can be associated with differences in truncating the age distribution, and also in selecting fish that have tended in the past to grow faster and be larger size at age. So it's a complex question, and my recollections in talking to some people who know a lot more about stock boundary questions than I do is that, we need to take a broader look at the factors that go into this than just thinking it's entirely driven by genetics and the level of genetic mixing.
All right, thank you. That answer your question, Corey? Okay. Further questions for Dr. Hasty? Yes, Caroline Knight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm not sure if this question is more appropriate for Jim or for John, perhaps, but going back to slide 3 with the table that we were just looking at a few minutes ago, I would just like some confirmation that my understanding is correct, that looking through the first column labeled stock status area, that choosing a coastwide or north and south of 42 or north and south of 4010 are all viable options, and that the only option that would potentially delay or impede G7 decisions, not that I want to get ahead, is the last one at decision point at 4010. Do I have that understanding correct?
If I might, Mr. Chair. Well, I just say that I'm most certain that we would be able to move forward with the tentative suite of species and reviews from June with the middle option, having north and south of 42, or in a coastwide if there was some way to use the 2021 Oregon and Washington assessments for copper without updating them. I do think, as I responded previously to Corey, that we may be able to preserve the full suite of what was adopted in June with some turn the crank updates of those Oregon and Washington length-based data moderates. But I would like to look at that a little bit more and can certainly comment on that tomorrow.
Okay, thanks, John. Anything to add to that?
No, but just to be clear, you are correct. What would interfere with the June stock assessment plan would be if you wanted to define copper rockfish north and south of 4010. Any other option, I think we have a clear pathway, and you'll see some more material under G7 to show how clear that pathway may be.
Thanks. Further questions? Scanning around, I'm not seeing any hands here, so thank you, Dr. Hasty. And with that, we're going to move on with the advisory body reports. Next up is the GMT report, and I have Joe Peterson down for that. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and the members of the council for having me here today. I'm Joe Peterson, and I will be reading agenda item G5, the Groundfish Management Team Report on Stock Definitions Update. The Groundfish Management Team received a briefing from Mr. John DeVore from the Pacific Fishery Management Council staff and reviewed the materials in the briefing book on this agenda item. The GMT provides the below thoughts for additional consideration as the council moves forward with this task. The following sections are numbered and in the same order as agenda item G5, attachment 1, September 2022, but the GMT primarily focused on items 1 through 3 at this time. The GMT does provide some thoughts about what should happen after phase 1. 1, adopt a purpose and need for Amendment 31. The GMT reviewed the draft purpose and need statement in attachment 1 and thinks it largely contains the needed pieces. The GMT recommends prioritizing items 1 through 3 for Amendment 31. And this means that Amendment 31 would define areas for stock status determinations for the following species. 1, those assessed in 2021. 2, those to be assessed in 2023, consistent with the council decision from June 2022. 3, those that are already assessed as at a coastwide scale. And 4, those that have not been assessed but are managed at a coastwide scale. The species under those 3 categories are listed in Table 1 at the end of this report. The GMT recommends exploring all other elements in Attachment 1 after Amendment 31 for consideration of a subsequent amendments. This would align with the council's preferred phased-in approach. As suggested, the GMT recommends the following revisions to the purpose and need. So below is a strikeout version of the original purpose and need with the GMT recommendations for language edits within. So I'll read it as amended by the GMT. With Amendment 31 to the Pacific Fishery Management Council's Groundfish FMP, the council intends to enhance the ability to attain sustainable objectives, especially those outlined in the National Standard 1 of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Appropriate specifications of stocks in need of conservation and management at a geographic and stock complex level is a foundational aspect of sustainability and instrumental in the council's ability to attain optimum yield objectives with this amendment. The council intends to identify a subset of species within the Groundfish FMP to define stock boundaries for status determination based on key biological, ecological, social, and economic information currently available to the council. It is the council's intent that when this amendment is completed, NMFS will be able to make the necessary status determinations concerning the identified groundfish species. 2, confirm the priority actions for Amendment 31. In June 2022, the council decided to prioritize the species assessed in 2021 and proposed for assessment in 2023 to be formally defined for stock status determination areas in the Groundfish Fishery Management Plan under Amendment 31. As noted above, the GMT additionally recommends focusing on species that are currently assessed at a coastwide scale and species that have been assessed across the whole species range, but currently have an area-based overfishing limit within regulation. Table 1 presents the species the GMT is recommending to include in Amendment 31. The remaining species in the groundfish FMP could be defined in subsequent amendments. 3, proposed timeline for Amendment 31 decisions. The GMT notes that the proposed timeline in Attachment 3 is intended such that Amendment 31 would be in place for the beginning of the 2025-26 biennial harvest specifications and management measures process, which begins in September of 2023. We agree with the need to meet the proposed timeline to facilitate the 2025-2026 biennial harvest specifications and management measures process, but this provides fewer than 9 months to complete the necessary analysis and write-ups. Clear direction from the council at this and each subsequent council meeting prior to June 2023, along with the associated benchmarks required to make adequate progress on this agenda item, will be necessary to successfully meet the proposed timeline of selecting the final preferred alternative in June of 2023. Of the species being considered within Amendment 31, black rockfish and copper rockfish need to have preliminary preferred alternatives identified at the November council meeting at the latest. Additionally, at the November meeting, clear guidance will be needed to facilitate any needed analysis to support the development of PPAs at or before March or April 2023 meetings, identifying alternatives for stock status determinations for nearshore species. Depending on the information available, the council could select a PPA for vermilion and sunset rockfishes and quillback rockfishes before the March or April 2023 meetings, such as the November 2022 meeting. Stock definitions are a policy decision based on the best scientific information available and should employ the precautionary principle. Precaution may look like flexible and adaptive stock definitions in the face of uncertainty while minimizing potential harm to the resource and coastal communities in the near and long term. The GMT does not currently have the expertise to suggest stock definitions for the Phase 1 species left blank in Table 1 below, and is concerned that it is not feasible to gather all necessary information and expertise before November. However, in order for NMFS to make the necessary status determinations based on the 2021 and 2023 stock assessment, areas for stock status determinations need to be identified within Amendment 31 for these species. So potential Phase 1 options for species left blank in the table below is 1, defining these stocks at a coastwide scale, which would allow the council to define stock status and then utilize localized management measures to manage stocks at the spatial scales, aligning with the best scientific information. Or 2, define these stocks using localized state boundaries that align with the assessment area boundaries. Each of the potential Phase 1 options should factor in advice provided by the SSC. The GMT anticipates the potential need to reevaluate the Phase 1 stock definitions within a subsequent phase to ensure alignment with decisions derived from in-depth analysis. So proposed timeline for Amendment 31. So November of 2022, PPAs for stocks to be assessed in the 2023 assessment cycle. March or April 2023, PPA for all stocks considered under Amendment 31. So potentially a bigger list of the ones that were assessed in the previous cycle. June of 2023 would be the Amendment 31 final preferred action. After Phase 1, currently there is scientific information that may inform how stocks should be defined for status determination, but the GMT does not have the expertise or synthesize the information to develop and formalize criteria to determine stock delineations. The GMT envisions a gathering of experts, some are listed within this document, to develop a suite of criteria using the best scientific information available. This group should also determine how decisions should be made in the absence of available scientific information and how to incorporate new relevant scientific information as it becomes available. We propose that the council would convene a multi-day workshop to answer the following questions and address the issues below. Workshop issues. What scientific information should be considered and how should that information be weighted if there are conflicting signals among the available information? What criteria do we use when we lack genetic, adult larval movement, or other scientific information to delineate a stock? If an area for stock determination is set at the coastwide level for a species and there are distinct local dynamics, what tools does the council have to manage on a finer scale than coastwide to address localized population trends? What management actions would be implemented if a portion of the species was assessed to be below minimum stock size threshold, but the species above minimum stock size threshold at a coastwide level? Alternatively, what management actions would be implemented if the species was below minimum stock size threshold at the coastwide total, but the result was primarily driven by a single area along the coast? Some species have multiple assessed areas and utilize a combination of assessment types. Such species assessments may not inform a coastwide stock status determination. What scientific and policy factors should be considered when identifying areas for stock status determinations for such species? How to add flexibility into the fisheries management plan to align with national standard guidelines to account for ecological and socioeconomic changes that may happen if there are range shifts, contractions, or expansions of stocks due to climate change? What criteria should the council use to identify permanent range shifts, contractions, or expansions that may lead to redefinition of stocks? The criteria established would be captured in the FMP amendment and would be used by the GMT to define the stock definitions for phase 2 species, which will likely include those species on the list in 2025 as well as others. And whether the species included in phase 1 would need to be redefined based on the new criteria. Depending on the workload associated with developing the criteria, phase 2 could include determining groundfish stocks in need of conservation and management, updating productivity and susceptibility scores to reflect current fisheries conditions, and evaluations of stocks within stock complexes. However, that determination and a reasonable timeline of these items, number 4 through number 7, in agenda item G5 attachment 1, September 2022, would be needed to create it after the workshop. So GMT recommendations bolded at the bottom for council consideration. Prioritize and focus on items 1 through 3 in attachment 1 for amendment 31. Explore all other elements listed in attachment 1 in subsequent amendments. 3, prioritize for amendment 31 species, species that were assessed in 2021, species scheduled to be assessed in 2023, are assessed at a coastwide scale, have not been assessed but are managed at a coastwide scale, have been assessed across the whole species range but currently have an area-based OFL. And 4, select a preliminary preferred alternative that defines stock boundaries for species under Amendment 31 based on the Table 1 recommendations. So the last thing within this document is the Table 1, which is at the very bottom of the document. I'll walk through this quickly for council members to be familiarized with it. So this table shows the recommended, I guess, the assessment stock delineations as deemed appropriate by the GMT at this time for the ones that we were able to. So you'll notice within this table, there are some species which are left blank. These are ones with no recommendation from the team, and we decided needed further discussion in the future, potentially with outside help from the GMT. For lingcod and specifically, you might note that we do have a recommendation for lingcod. That's because lingcod has specific genetic information that could be used for its delineation. So with that, I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Joe. Any questions for Joe on the GMT report? Look to my right, left. Yes, please. Keely Kent.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. I wanted to ask you about a sentence that's in section 3, the proposed timeline for Amendment 31 decisions. So it's kind of near the bottom, I guess middle bottom of page 2. It says the GMT does not currently have the expertise to suggest stock definitions for the phase 1 species left blank in the table, and is concerned that it is not feasible to gather all necessary information and expertise before November. I'm wondering, I was looking back at the SSC report on this, which says that it's unlikely that any new data or information will be able to be brought to bear on these particular stocks. Was there something else in the GMT discussion in terms of additional information that you think is out there? I'm trying to walk between those two. Perhaps you didn't have the SSC report, which could also answer it, but I was just curious about that discrepancy.
Yeah, so my recollection of this discussion was as good as the GMT is, we are missing some outside help that could really be beneficial for these discussions. We did not have the SSC report in our hands at the time when we were writing our recommendations, but we strongly feel that in order to improve this process, that the GMT cannot complete these tasks on their own. And it is extremely important for us to have members of the SSC, members of the public, and outside help, basically, to get through this specific item.
Thank you, Joe. Does that answer your question, Keely? Thanks. Any other questions for Joe on the GMT report? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Joe, and the GMT. Joe, as you were reading, I was having a flashback to June, maybe, or like a false memory about, I thought you guys in your June statement talked about transboundary issues and stock definitions, and I thought you had highlighted that as an important part of this, and I didn't catch it in this statement. Did you talk about that this time around, about how you see international borders being part of this discussion or not?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question through the chair. So, Mr. Niles, so at this point, the GMT did not talk about transboundary assessments or transboundary issues related to these at this council meeting. I believe, if my memory is correct, the transboundary conversation that happened in June was more under prioritization of stock assessments with a specific focus on PCOD at the time, which we did not discuss at all at this council meeting.
Thank you. Other questions? Sorry, Executive Director Merrick Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you, Joel, for your and the GMT for your statement here. I'm focusing on the suggested modifications to the purpose and need statement. And the first red text reads, "in need of conservation and management," and then largely the rest of the body of the statement focuses on scientific information that could be helpful, paralleling pretty handily, I would say, Jim Hasty's presentation. My question is in regards to how you would think about the term here, "in need of conservation and management," in this context. So in other words, if we are uncovering scientific information, maybe it's genetics, and it's identifying, different genetics of a stock up and down the coast, how would you look at that through the lens of in need of conservation and management? What I'm getting at then is perhaps the distinguishing between the scientific information and getting to the policy question that this body will have to grapple with.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. So that is a great question. And I think, as you kind of outlined, the in need of conservation and management, part of that would be identified by the council based on the information, the new information available. You might decide, we have a new assessment come in, all of a sudden you see a species that the council needs to be reactive to. maybe the new information comes in and everything looks, like sunshine and rainbows for a species coming through the process, and then it's not deemed something that the council needs to take a better look at. But I don't think we had a significant conversation on how to apply that portion of this purpose of need to species across the board.
Okay, does that answer your question? All right. Further questions? Looking right, looking left, Carolyn McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Joe. It's more of a comment. I just want to thank the GMT for a very well organized and thoughtful report here. I found it very helpful, and I might just disagree with one thing you said, which is that the GMT lacks the expertise, because I found the bulleted questions and very thoughtful and articulate of how to approach the criteria moving forward. So just thank you to the team. It's very helpful.
Okay, thanks. Further questions? This time I'm looking left first, and then I'll look right. And I'm not seeing any hands, so thank you, Joe. Next, we have a gap report, and invite Gary Richter up to the table. Welcome, Gary. Oh, and Merritt McRae also. You can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon, Council. Be reading from agenda item G5A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Stock Definitions Update. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel heard from Mr. Todd Phillips and Dr. Chantel Wetzel on the topic of stock definitions and offers the following comments. The GAP supports the phased approach to this process as described in the Groundfish Management Team report under this agenda item, which was agenda item G5A, Supplemental GMT Report 1. This report lists two options with respect to 4 species listed in Table 1 of the GMT report. The GAP supports option 1 coast-wide, as they recommend for all other species in that table. Further, the GAP supports the coast-wide option listed in Table 1 of G5 Attachment 2 under this agenda item. As stated by the GMT in Supplemental GMT Report 1, quote, defining these stocks at a coast-wide scale, which would allow the council to define stock for stock status and then utilize localized management measures to manage stocks at the spatial scales aligning with best scientific information available, unquote. As for phase 2 work, the GAP highlights the final paragraph in G5 Attachment 2, which details how management measures on the basis of a single species within a complex have the potential to de-optimize fisheries of the other co-occurring species. Careful evaluation should be made of a species' importance to the overall production of the complex prior to deciding whether or not to remove it from the complex. The GAP opposes the suggestion in Attachment 1 under this item. Quote, an expedient action that can be considered in Amendment 31 is explicitly stating that an OFL contribution is the overfishing threshold for Category 1 and 2 stocks managed in complexes, unquote. This choice would tend to circumvent such careful consideration and result in counterproductive management measures contrary to Magnuson-Stevens Act National Standards 1 and 3. Mr. Vice Chair, that completes our GAP statement. Got Merritt up here for any technical questions that might come up. He's a whole lot smarter than me.
All right, thank you. Any questions for either Gary or Merritt on the GAP report? And I will carefully look to my left, look to my right, and I don't, oh, and there's a hand. Carolyn McKnight, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Gary. I have a question regarding the last last sentence in that first paragraph that you're supporting the GMT for coast-wide as shown in Attachment 2. In looking at Attachment 2, that Table 1, that's the same table we were just looking at the NMFS presentation. I'm reading across that row for coast-wide in the comment section. And it does say that that provides maximum flexibility for structuring 2023 assessments, potential to adversely impact harvest options coast-wide if the coast-wide stock status is below MSST. I'm just wanting to hear a little more if there was discussion in the GAP about that potential adverse impact to harvest options under that scenario and what that might look like.
There was some discussion with respect to the amount of flexibility. Actually, Gary led most of that, if you'd like to speak to it. But there was some concern that I might be speaking to the wrong thing here, but that going state by state would potentially reflect harsher management measures on a state that actually had fairly robust stocks. And so it took a little discussion for folks to understand that the maximum flexibility was actually gained by coast-wide consideration.
I mean, yeah, we got talking about it, and there's actually concern from other folks in the other states. Obviously, there would be. But specific to your question, we didn't really address that. We probably didn't even see that over to the right-hand part of that column. We just saw the coast-wide, and that's what we were supporting. So I don't know if that answers your question, Caroline, but.
Go right ahead.
Yes, it does answer my question. And a follow-up to that, I might then say, would more information on the specifics of what those adverse impact harvest options could look like be helpful?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Further questions for the GAP? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. My question's on this last paragraph where you say circumvent such careful consideration, which I believe refers to the last sentence in the paragraph above that one, and about the importance to overall production, and maybe just looking for some clarification. In my mind, our complexes, they might offer some management flexibility, but we don't rely on Aurora rockfish to produce more split nose rockfish, for example. So can you just elaborate what you mean there, and if I'm got the right sentence you're referring to with that careful consideration part?
Mr. Vice Chair, council members, thank you for the question, Corey. The concern here is that trying to optimize the productivity of a species that really contributes relatively little to a complex by breaking out of the complex really limits the access to the rest of the complex and potentially other species that offer much more productivity at OY levels. I hope that answers your question. Good. Is that good, Corey? Any follow-up? Okay, further questions? And I'm not seeing any hands, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the advisory body reports and takes us to public comment. And I see we have 2 signups for that. So give us a second here to bring that screen up. All right, we will have Ben Enteknap followed by Jamie Diamond. So Ben, welcome.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Ben Enteknap and I'm representing Oceana. I just want to flag for you that we have a letter in the briefing book for your consideration under this agenda item. This is a difficult issue for us, and I just want to be clear. We have some concerns about where this is coming from, and we're equally concerned about where it's going. Amendment 31 could have significant ramifications for sustainable fishery management, and we urge you to operate from the principle that any changes in stock definitions be grounded in the best available science and ultimately enhance the council's ability to prevent overfishing, rebuild overfished stocks, and minimize risk to vulnerable fish populations. And that we urge you to reject any changes that would remove species from active management in the FMP or otherwise weaken conservation. The scoping document for this issue stated that the genesis for this is the agency's decision to not designate quillback rockfish off California as overfished because quillback is not described in the FMP as a distinct stock off California. I think that's true. That's why this conversation is happening. This decision was made, however, though, in spite of the best available science from the assessments and the recommendations of the SSC to make a status determination at the level, at a state level as opposed to coast-wide. And this is really alarming for us. I mean, the Groundfish FMP, it's been around now for 40 years. The requirements of the Act are abundantly clear to prevent overfishing and rebuild overfished stocks. They really couldn't be any more clear. So why is this issue coming up now? Why is NMFS saying that they can't make a status determination criteria based on the science and the requirements of the Act? That said, this is the place where we all find ourselves. You are embarking on a new amendment to define stocks. So our recommendation then is to focus on those groundfish stocks that are most vulnerable to overfishing, as indicated in the recent stock assessments, GMT analyses, and the population viability assessment that was identified earlier in the COPE 2011 publication. And we support updating that population viability assessment. So we urge prioritization of copper rockfish, quillback, square spot, vermilion, and sunset that were assessed in 2021 and have overfishing concerns. But we also recommend addressing a few others, those being China rockfish, aurora, and rough-eyed black-spotted rockfish, for which there are overfishing concerns or their OFL has been exceeded in recent years. We lay this out in our letter. There's a table in our letter that has that and shows the criteria that we looked at. The roadmap highlights some issues about nearshore stocks, and I just want to say that we agree with the roadmap document there that the council process is ideally suited to coordinate across state and federal jurisdictions, and that federal management's necessary to meet the MSA objectives of preventing overfishing and rebuilding depleted populations. Thus, all the nearshore rockfish species should remain in the FMP, where they'll receive greater management attention and resources. Finally, I just wanted to add that we agree with the purpose and need as recommended by the GMT. I thought that was helpful and provided a little bit more clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Any questions for Ben on his presentation? And I'm not seeing any, so thank you. Next up is Jamie Dimond. Welcome, Jamie.
Good afternoon, Chair Grelnick, Vice Chair Hessemer. Thank you so much. I am Jamie Dimond, and I am representing the Sport Fishing Association of California. We would like to give our support and thanks to the GAP for their report for G5A. We believe defining the stock at a coast-wide level gives you, the managers, the best picture of overall stock health, as well as you will be able to still see if localized depletion is occurring and manage accordingly. This was part of a larger conversation that we had earlier this year in Washington, D.C. at the National Groundfish Fishery Summit, and the ability to give managers flexibility on how to adapt in different situations instead of being pigeonholed into and forced into management measures that aren't appropriate for that need. So we, like I said, we support the GAP and their report for G5A, and we believe the coast-wide level is the best option. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Jamie? And I'm not seeing any questions, so thank you very much. That concludes the public comment and would take us to our council discussion and action. And we'll see that pop up on the screen. John gave us an overview of that, but up there we've got 4 items for our consideration. And as we start this, I just want to remind everyone again that it's so closely linked to our stock assessment discussions that are going to occur tomorrow under item G7. But if we can focus our discussion on what's pertinent to making decisions regarding stock definitions, our update, that's most helpful to us. So I will look for any hand to start off the discussion here. A lot of thinking going on here. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Just maybe to get people warmed up here. I just wanted to thank staff and the science centers for the information they brought forward on this link that you brought up. We were a bit worried that we were being forced to answer the question before we even had the discussions for some of these species like black rockfish and copper rockfish. And it looks like there's good thinking and maybe more thinking to be done and discussed under G7 tomorrow, but it looks like we'll be able to preserve a pretty good range of options with these species we're assessing. And so again, just thanking for the science centers and staff for the effort they put into those materials. It's appreciated.
Thanks, Corey. Other comments or discussion? Jessica Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I want to echo Corey's thanks to all of the advisory bodies and the GMT and the SSC and council staff for all the hard work that they've put in on this agenda item and all of the information that we've received. I just want to maybe ask a clarifying question to Director Burden maybe about the timeline between September and November is pretty tight between when advanced briefing book materials would come out. And since there is a slated potential schedule for a PPA for certain priority stocks for November, I was just curious on the timeline in which you would be able to notice anything, or if this is more just probably additional information would come through council staff's direction for that November agenda item. So if there's enough time to notice a meeting, to have a meeting in between, or if it's more just needed to be council staff directing a report.
Yes, thank you for the question, Ms. Watson. So backing up through our schedule, our briefing book process does start that first full week of October. So coming out of this meeting, we take several days to do the wrap up of this meeting, and then we'll start to scramble to put together what's necessary for November. I'm maybe going to look for John on what the actual timing is to notice a meeting. I think that would be difficult. And certainly it would be difficult to get any materials of any great substance together in time for that advanced briefing book. There is, of course, our practice of doing things supplemental. I think we prefer not to do that for something that's as substantive as this. We want to give people time to review and read. But there is a small window where something could be done. And I guess I'll just look to John to add any flavor to that.
Excuse me. So thank you, Merrick. Yeah, we have a 23-day notice deadline. And if you do the math, if we were to notice it at the end of today, which is not practical, we'd be right on the briefing book deadline. So there's really no way we can have a noticed meeting, especially with a product coming from a workshop or whatever that meeting would produce that would be in the advanced briefing book. So I certainly, we've been contemplating work that beyond what you've seen in this briefing book for November consideration. And without, notice, staff are working with the science centers to accomplish some of, do some of the analyses and provide some of the information that we anticipate you will need. But doing that through a notice meeting is we just don't have the time to do that unless, of course, it's a supplemental attachment.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Jessica?
That did. Thank you.
Great. Further questions or discussion? I'm sorry. And at some point, we'll move to motions. I'm wondering if we need a little break here for people to consider things, unless give a few minutes for seconds for a few more hands if there's discussion you want to have now. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. At the sake of stepping out of order of the council actions here, I think maybe I will just offer some comments and maybe a few questions regarding number 2. This is specific to considering how we can adopt a preliminary preferred alternative for defining stocks for 23. And this is specific to copper rockfish and black rockfish, which would be on deck for November. I'm in looking across all of the reports and all the information that we received this afternoon, I'm hearing a couple of similar things, which is there's not a lot of information. There's not a lot of time for information. Meanwhile, I'm hearing a lot of general terms like flexibility or maximum flexibility around using a coast-wide definition. So those are just a few of the things that I'm connecting dots with right now. And then in consideration of what we just heard about the timeline being very, very tight. I think I'll just pause there. Maybe that will spur a little bit of discussion.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion. John.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Caroline. Clearly in the attachment 1 roadmap, we're recommending a preliminary preferred alternative in November and not at this meeting. But one of the things that we wanted to be really careful about were kind of getting a sense of what tendency you have for 2 particular species that are to be assessed next year, and that's copper and black rockfish. And as stated earlier, if we heard any kind of support for a stock definition boundary at 4010 for either of those species, then the stock assessment plan that was tentatively adopted in June and will be considered tomorrow will have to be modified in a significant way. And so that's the one bit of feedback we were hoping to sort of suss out from the discussion here today under this agenda item was clearly it's not a preferred alternative yet since that's scheduled for November, but if there's any support for a 4010 stock definition boundary for copper or black rockfish, then that would cause, I guess, some concern at this stage in getting a final stock assessment plan decided tomorrow under item G7.
Yes, Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you, John. I think that looking through all the documents to date, there is nothing that is strongly suggesting or supporting that 4010 is an avenue that is being recommended by anyone. I think that the signal would be that either a coastwide or a break at 42 would be the more likely candidates at this point.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion. I just want to confirm what you heard previously from my gavel mates, that it's difficult to see hands up from up here. I don't know why, but and now I'm not seeing any. So if we need to take a break prior to getting to motions, we can do that. Are we ready for that? Jessica Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'd be happy to provide a motion when the council's ready.
Okay, we don't need any break. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. So I move the council adopt the following purpose and need amendment 31. Underline shows additions to the purpose and need in attachment 1, and strike through shows deletion. With amendment 31 to the Pacific Fishery Management Council, Groundfish FMP, the council intends to enhance the ability to attain sustainability objectives, especially those outlined in National Standard 1 of the Magnuson-Stevenson's Act and guided by National Standard 3 and informed by National Standard 2. Appropriate specification of stocks in need of conservation and management at the geographic and stock complex level for assessing overfish status and determining if overfishing is occurring is a foundational aspect of sustainability and instrumental in the council's ability to attain optimum yield objectives. With this amendment, the council intends to identify a subset of species within the Groundfish FMP to define stock boundaries for status determination based on key biological, ecological, social, and economic information currently available. Define a set of stocks and bring together information concerning biological basis of groundfish populations of the West Coast and the level of which conservation and management measures are needed, such as the geographic 2 or stock complex level. It is the council's intent that when this amendment is completed, NMFS will be able to make the necessary status determinations concerning the identified groundfish stocks managed under the Groundfish FMP. Two, prioritize for Amendment 31 species that were assessed in 2021 and are scheduled to be assessed in 2023. Number 3, task the council staff to develop a white paper for November 2022 council meeting in consultation with the SSC, NMFS Science Center staff, NMFS West Coast Region staff, and state agencies to synthesize the state of the knowledge for priority stocks of the management implications of the different stock definitions for the stocks in Table 1 from G5 Attachment 2 that were assessed in 2021 and are scheduled to be assessed in 2023 to aid in the selection of PPA. 4, convene a multi-day workshop of experts, geneticists, managers, social scientists, economists, and assessors to develop a suite of criteria for defining stocks using the best scientific information available as mentioned in the G5A GMT Supplemental Report 1 before the March 2023 council meeting to aid in the selection of the FPA selection for all priority species for June 2023.
Thank you for that motion. Before I ask for a second, I'm guessing it looks as you read, but
it looks different.
Right there. I didn't catch any strike through or underline.
You did not as well. And when reading it through, the strike throughs and the additions are included in that. So I can resend to Sandra with the strike throughs.
John.
Hopefully I'm not out of line here, but another solution would be just to remove the parenthetic at the beginning that talks about underline and strike through. If you wanted to.
Well, the issue is that the strike throughs are included in what I just read, which is not the
I see. And
intent.
so they're not intended to be in there. I get it. Thank you.
So I assume it's being resent, and without a parliamentarian here, since we don't have a second, options are to withdraw the motion and go through this again. But the change will be we will observe the strike through and the underline. And I don't know if it's appropriate to just replace that text with the appropriate text. Phil.
Given that you don't have a second, the maker of the motion is free to modify what is being presented.
Thank you.
I am happy to modify what is being presented.
And my expectation is that is occurring in cyberspace right now. And it does take a little longer going through smoky air. Let's take a 5-minute break. I have 2:44, 2:45. Let's come back at 2:50. Okay, folks can move back to their seats. We are ready to resume on G5, and we have a motion before us. I am going to ask the maker of the motion if, number one, if this is as you intended and have read to us.
It is not what I read to you, but this is what I intended.
Okay.
And I would like to make one more edit, if possible, to the motion.
Yes.
And that is to remove bullet 4.
Okay, all other parts are as you read, so I would like to ask you to reread the section that has changed.
So I move the council, 1, adopt the following proposed purpose and need amendment 31. The underline shows additions to the purpose and need in attachment 1, and strike through shows deletion. With amendment 31 to the Pacific Fishery Management Council's Council Groundfish FMP, the council intends to enhance the ability to attain sustainability objectives, especially those outlined in National Standard 1 of the Magnuson-Stevens Act as guided by National Standard 3 and informed by National Standard 2. Appropriate specification of stocks in need of conservation and management at the geographic and stock complex level for assessing overfish status and determining if overfishing is occurring is a foundational aspect of sustainability and instrumental in the council's ability to attain optimum yield objectives. With this amendment, the council intends to identify a subset of species within the Groundfish FMP to define stock boundaries for status determination based on key biological, ecological, social, and economic information currently available. It is the council's intent that when this amendment is completed, NMFS will make the necessary status determinations concerning the identified groundfish stocks managed under the Groundfish FMP.
Thank you. And the remainder of that does not change from what was previously read into the record. So is what's on the screen then what you intend in this motion?
Yes.
Yes. Is there a second? Virgil Moore, you have a second. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. So with regards to the purpose and need, most of these suggested edits are what we have already seen in the GMT report, with the exception of calling out National Standard 2 and National Standard 3. And the intent here is really to bring forth the importance of these standards with regards to this topic. With regards to bullet point 2, the prioritizing for amendment the species, it has been the intent of the council to tackle this process in a phased approach, and to have that we need priority species, those being those that were assessed in 2021 and are scheduled for assessment in 2023. And the goal here is to make sure that the FPA occurs and this amendment is finalized in a timeline that's appropriate for the 25-26 harvest specification and management measures. And as stated that we heard today in the GMT report, the proposed timeline for this amendment is really that November of 2022, the PPA for stocks assessed in 2023 will occur, with March and April PPA for other stocks, and then June, the FPA for the amendment. With regards to bullet point number 3, as mentioned in the SSC report, it's unlikely that there's going to be new data or information that will be available to inform the stock structure decisions for the stocks in the near term, specifically for those that are being assessed in 2023. So the intent here is to try and bring information available for those 2023 stocks as an expansion of Table 1, so that table from G5 Attachment 2, to really provide some trade-offs between the different choices of stock definition that we've discussed today, whether that be coastwide or 42, and then also discuss some of the flexibility to assess those specific geographic areas based on assessor inputs and recommendations, and then kind of follow a suite of possible management implications that can range from that management measure, and how different options would be available, whether those be rebuilding plans, and how those would be applied if a stock was to be found to be overfished. And that is what I have.
Thank you. Are there questions for the maker of the motion? John?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Watson. Clearly in the written motion here, you've addressed 2 of the 3 decision points that we spoke to. Although I don't see it written in the motion, the recommended decision-making schedule that was provided in attachment 1, you did speak to it. In the motion, are we to understand that you are also moving that proposed schedule for decision-making? And I guess to the executive director and the council, is it sufficient to orally include that in the motion, or should there be an amendment to the motion to include the schedule?
So
he asked a question about, I think we want an amendment.
So sorry, John, we were conferring about the motion here. Can you repeat the question about an amendment?
So one of the decisions that we're asking the council to make at this meeting is the decision-making schedule, and there's one proposed in attachment 1. While it's not written in the motion here, Ms. Watson did speak to the schedule, and I was really asking the council if we should have an amendment to the motion or another motion to move that schedule as well, even though Ms. Watson did speak to it as part of this motion. It's just not written into the motion.
All right, thank you. Phil?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. It is my recommendation that the maker of the motion be requested to read the motion in its entirety. And then we can move on to John's question, but the motion that was put on the screen originally was withdrawn. We have a new motion. Granted, some of it is the same that was on the screen before, but I am recommending that we ask the maker of the motion to read the other 2 parts of the motion.
All right, thank you. There's a request to do that, so I will ask the maker of the motion to do that now.
Happy to do that. So I move the council, 1, adopt the following proposed purpose and need amendment 31. Underline shows additions to the purpose and need in attachment 1, and strike through shows deletion. With amendment 31 to the Pacific Fishery Management Council's Council Groundfish FMP, the council intends to enhance the ability to attain sustainability objectives, especially those outlined in National Standard 1 of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, as guided by National Standard 3 and informed by National Standard 2. Appropriate specification of stocks in need of conservation and management at a geographic and stock complex level for assessing overfish status and determining if overfishing is occurring is a foundational aspect of sustainability and instrumental in the council's ability to attain optimum yield objectives. With this amendment, the council intends to identify a subset of species within the Groundfish FMP to define stock boundaries for status determination based on key biological, ecological, social, and economic information currently available. It is the council's intent that when this amendment is completed, NMFS will make the necessary status determinations concerning the identified groundfish stocks managed under the Groundfish FMP. Number 2, prioritize for Amendment 31 species that were assessed in 2021 and are scheduled to be assessed in 2023. Number 3, task council staff to develop a white paper for the November 2022 council meeting in consultation with the SSC NIMS Science Center staff, NIMS West Coast Region staff, and state agencies to synthesize the state of the knowledge priority stocks and the management implications of the different stock definitions for the stocks in Table 1 from G5 Attachment 2 that were assessed in 2021 and are scheduled to be assessed in 2023 to aid in the selection of a PPA.
Thank you. And what's on the screen is as you read it. And we have a second on that motion already. So back to the discussion we had. Yeah, council's desire, either via amendment or a separate motion, a discussion about the schedule. Virgil?
Mr. Vice Chairman, in the situation summary.
Yeah. Microphone, please.
I'm sorry about that. In the situation summary, it says there that we're to provide guidance on the schedule and next steps for completing. And so the question I would have is, has the discussion on this motion as stated provided that guidance, or does it need to be part of the motion?
Thank you. I'm going to refer to our executive director on that question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. My advice would be to take the motion as it is written now, and there are some follow-up items that we may want to hear from you all that may be additional guidance or an additional motion, but what we have in front of us now is what I would recommend we proceed with. This matter can come up later.
Thank you. Further questions for the maker of the motion? Still under questions for clarification. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. Watson, regarding number 3, could you possibly elaborate or expand a little bit on some specifics that you might be looking for in asking to essentially maybe expand Table 1 or some more specifics that would be helpful?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. McKnight. As I was saying, the intent here is to really bring information with regards to that Table 1, G5 Attachment 2, and provide some trade-offs between choosing some of those different stock delineations. Part of that would be also exploring any flexibilities to assess specific geographic areas based on that, based on those definitions, and potential management implications based on whether or not a stock would be determined overfished or not, given those stock definitions, and how potential rebuilding plans would work, maybe also some potential discussion of subpopulations. So just kind of expanding that table to include all of the possible management implications under that, under each one of those definitions.
Follow up?
Yes, if I may. Thank you. And just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, the guidance here is to provide some scenarios that demonstrate whether it's coast-wide or something less than that as a stock being defined. Then it gives some options for how the areas can be assessed for stock assessments. And then depending on the results from those assessments, what the management options are. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Further questions, clarification for the maker of the motion? Not seeing any, so that will lead us to discussion, council discussion on the motion. Any discussion? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Jessica, for the motion. Yeah, I will keep it brief. I think lots of thoughts bouncing around the head here, but they're for the next steps. And I think this sets up some next steps, some nicely. Yeah, I think what we're dealing here with some pretty complicated, layered questions. As I think Dr. Hasty might have called them complex in his presentation today. And they came to light in a different way for a lot of us this past assessment cycle. in the essential question, I think people are saying coast-wide, but I don't think that's what people are meaning. I actually have I think the quote from the GAP quoted the GMT, quoted from the GMT report was basically using localized management measures while defining stocks possibly coast-wide. So it's really, to me, it's not coast-wide, it's coast-wide, but interrelated. And how do we use localized management? And we've learned that you can't do localized management unless you have some kind of spatial aspect to the stock assessments. And then there are different considerations on why the stock assessors want to pick different areas. And again, these things are multi-layered. And I'm hoping that this white paper, this synthesis of the state of knowledge, really helps us folks sort through those questions, and maybe does what was just clarified by Caroline and Jessica. But have maybe too many hopes for this white paper, but I do think that it will help us move through these layered, complex questions, and appreciate the approach being proposed here.
Thank you, Corey. Further discussion? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to call for the question on this. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. So, thank you, Jessica. I'd like to ask to have displayed again our action item checklist, and I think we need to circle back to a process schedule here. There was discussion about that. So and maybe while it's coming up, John, you can refresh us on our need there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We are asking the council to provide guidance on the decision-making schedule so that we can adequately plan. Obviously, there's a lot of moving parts to inform this Amendment 31 decision, and it would be helpful to know the decision-making schedule at this stage so that we can plan accordingly.
All right. So the request there is guidance on that schedule and next steps forward. So looking for any discussion there, suggestions. Jessica Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I would say the guidance that was the intent of my motion was to use what was stated in the GMT report as a proposed timeline for Amendment 31 for those priority species, which were stated, with November 2022 being PPA for stocks to be assessed in 2023, March or April of 2023 PPA for the stocks considered under Amendment 31, and then June of 2023 Amendment 31 final preferred alternative.
Other discussion, recommendations? I'm going to ask John and our executive director, does that give you enough to go on to work with this, develop a schedule?
Yes, thank you. That was very helpful, and I didn't see any dissent from Ms. Watson's reiteration of the proposed schedule, and I think that is adequate for us to do the planning necessary to provide the information you need for Amendment 31 and at the time that you need it. So given that, you have covered all the decision points that we were asking the council to weigh in on for this agenda item, and I'd say you have completed agenda item G5.
All right, thank you. Any closing comments on that? If not, I will pass the gavel back to our chair.
Well, I have to say I'm very impressed with the work of the council on this agenda item. It was quite substantial and a great job done by Vice Chair Hassemer. That is our last agenda item for the day. But as always, I will turn to our executive director for any announcements or a preview for the balance of our meeting.
I feel like I need a moment to review, Mr. Chairman, but I do not have any announcements at the moment, but thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Well, we finished early today, but a lot of hard work went into that by staff and council members. So thanks very much. It's Saturday night, so go out and have some fun.